Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome in Florence in this wonderful palace, the first Medici Palace. We are here to celebrate our final conference of T-Factor project, which after 4 years of research and practice on temporary uses and their transformative potential in urban regeneration comes to an end. So we are here today to close this journey of 4 years and to discuss the relevance of temporary uses for just transition across European cities. My name is Besnik Mehmeti, and I am a project manager working at the Association of Tuscan Municipalities. And I'll give you a brief introduction about the agenda of today. After the institutional welcomes from the director of ANCI Toscana, and later the president will join us. He is a bit on delay this morning. We'll have also the councillor for infrastructure, mobility, and territorial governance of the Tuscany region, Mr. Stefano Bacelli. There will be a short presentation of the T-Factor project given by me, and then we'll have a keynote speech by Hilda Curti, who will help us to frame the topics of temporary uses, urban regeneration, and just transition. Hilda Curti is many things, but first of all, she's Tuscan. She's an expert of urban regeneration, local development, social innovation, citizen engagement, and has been also a city councillor in Torino, where she lives, and nowadays she collaborates with the University of Torino. After the keynote speech, we'll have 3 sessions which will help us from different perspectives to understand how temporary uses can embrace a just urban transition, how can endorse long-term thinking, and enable collective change. We'll have a coffee break after the first session at 11:50, and the lunch at 1 o'clock after the second session. Both coffee break and lunch will be at a cafeteria very close to this venue called La Ménagère, but we'll guide you there. And then the last session will take place after lunch, followed by the presentation of the T-Factor book, which you can find in your seats. The presentation will be given by Marta Argnani. Many of you know Marta. And then the wrap-up and closure by Simone Gheri, our director. So I would leave first the floor to Simone for a welcome to the partners, and after that to Mr. Stefano Bacelli for his welcome speech.
Buongiorno, benvenuti.
Good morning, welcome. I'm Simone Gheri. I'm the director of ANCI Toscana. It is a great pleasure for us today to welcome you here to the T-Factor final event, hoping that we will continue in future also with a new project, and because all this was a wonderful experience for us all. And it's an experience that already started here in Tuscany to give its first fruits. From the small seeds that we sowed, we are seeing now new experience of urban regeneration, of temporary uses, and very interesting ones, in fact. And it is our intention to continue to bring all this forward. So thank you once again to all our partners, to all the people who worked together to achieve this great contribution. Let me say just a couple of words as to where we are today. We've seen lots of different places. We've seen modernity that is advancing really fast, hosted by Francesca in Shanghai. And here we are in a historical palace. We are in the first abode of the Medici family here in Florence. Now, the Medici family was the most important family of the history of Florence, and most of the things that you see here in our city are the fruit of their investments, of their achievements, of their vision. The Medicis was fundamental for the Italian Renaissance. They weren't much loved in other places in Tuscany. Even here in Florence, they had several vicissitudes. They entered, they were made to leave, etc. But this was the first palace where they lived. And the first was Lorenzo Magnifico, who lived here. Lorenzo Michelozzo made this palace, and Lorenzo il Vecchio chose this project because it was simpler than that of Brunelleschi. Brunelleschi is the man who designed and constructed the Duomo cupola. It was too elegant, too much. And this is a Sala Luca Giordano of the year 1600, and they started the whole palace in 1440, whereas this room is Baroque, but it represents the life of the Medici family connected to the gods, Jove, Apollo, etc. Before leaving, there is a wonderful Madonna outside of Filippino Lippi, which is absolutely fabulous. Probably if you saw it in another context, it would have a museum of its own. But in the course of the morning, you can, perhaps not all together, but there's the beautiful Maggi chapel made by Bonozzo Gozzoli, which is absolutely a masterpiece to be seen, because it photographs in this painting the history of the Medici family, the Medicis that are paying homage to the baby Jesus. They are the Magis. And this is the place, therefore, where we are holding our initiative today, and we chose a special place which for Florence and Tuscany could be really meaningful. And it doesn't have to do with today's urban regeneration, but it has to do with the creations created in the past and through history, this capacity to have a vision. We have to always have such a vision in constructing, building our cities. This is the mandate that each administration has to have in small and in large. We have to have a vision of the future, of where we want to go with our community. And the Medici family surely had this vision. So thank you very much and welcome. I give the floor now directly to Stefano Baccelli, who is town councillor of mobility and city here in Florence, and he followed us in the whole of our project. He got passionate also about this topic, and so let's see if we can do something important, not only for big cities in this project, but also for smaller municipalities in Tuscany, and also for the rest of Europe. So thank you, and have a good work session. Good morning, and thank you, Simone, who has freed me from historical descriptions of this wonderful building. But I thank him because it was very interesting. So thank you, and welcome to all of you to Florence. Welcome to Tuscany. Thank you for being here. And I do hope that you will receive the same hospitality which we received when we visited and were guests of your areas and of your countries. As a Tuscan region, I was thinking about the words urban regeneration. This is quite recent, I must say, for us, and it involves our legislature and the previous one. So, thank you. Thanks to this law of the government on the territory and the landscape, which has among its tools the prevalent tool to be able to avoid the consumption to limit the consumption of soil for urban regeneration. We as a region wanted to add on to this legislation that has big challenges, the economic resources in favor of municipal government here in Tuscany to be able to really carry out the works to recover areas that have been dismissed. And for this reason, we use all the financial tools possible, most of which are structural European funds. We do this for the metropolitan area, for the small and larger municipalities, but also to those that are less than 20,000 inhabitants. We do this for small municipalities under 5,000 inhabitants. However, I'd like to also thank ANCI and its president, Simone Gheri, because it is, and also with ANCI, all the municipalities, without their projects, our resources would never be transformed into achievements. I'd like to mention just a challenge that has been won with ANCI, the Progetti Park that has received, although it was not a manifestation of interest, it received 1,200 projects from many municipalities here in Tuscany. This collaboration with ANCI is absolutely fundamental for the region to understand how to, what to do on our territories, and they are highly diversified. There's a central area which is rich in industry and services, but then there's that diffused, widespread Tuscany, the coast, the internal areas, the mountains, and also beautiful landscapes apart from the artistic ones. So to plan all this territory is not easy, and our laws are, and we are proud of this, are rather precious but also complicated. So the temporary uses are truly an innovative kind of tool, a more flexible tool, which Tuscany really needs. Because as you say in the short introduction of this project, T-Factor, it's not, hardware is not the only thing important, the building and the function, but what is important are the contents, the software, what we want to do for the community, what are the social, cultural, economic initiatives that we want to experiment with. And this is the partially negative part of it. Not all operations of urban regeneration have something, can really work out in certain communities. So to experiment during the long life of our work sites, or to take a look at an abandoned area to see if what function we can give to this is really a very useful occasion and opportunity that we have to refine. Personally, my participation in this project was a personal growth. I felt I grew very much during this project, and I thank you for this. I believe also that certain novelties, new laws are coming up here in Italy. The simplification law that has introduced this idea of convention between municipalities for requalification of public buildings and private ones that we have received in Law 65. And now, in comparison to this experience of comparison, together with the things coming from other countries, an Italian deficit is perhaps the scarce relationship with private subjects. We have difficulty in creating these partnerships, and we have to have the courage to have this reciprocal recognition of public-private partnership. To really come to my conclusions, we as a region would like to create a tender for temporary uses in parallel, together with ANCI, carry out a training activity to stimulate and sensitize the various municipal initiatives for these temporary uses. And so thank you and have a wonderful work session. Thank you so much to the team of the region of Tuscany for the support and the collaboration that is absolutely essential for the success of T-Factor and of other initiatives that we have carried out together. So let me come to the thanks. I'm thankful for the contribution of our director, Simone Gheri, and are responsible for European office in Conti, and the whole staff of ANCI Toscana, but a special thanks goes to our excellent coordinator, Laura Martelloni, down there. A big applause to Laura for the devotion, dedication, and competence with which she has guided us in these 4 years of project to reach our objectives. Obviously, a special thanks also to all of the partners of the project for their commitment throughout the years. And when we started this project, we were in full COVID, and so the first meeting in presence was carried out only after 2 years of work, only 2 years ago, therefore. And finally, many thanks goes to our project officer, Emanuela De Mena, who is not here today, unfortunately, but I'm sure she would have liked to be, for the continuous support she has given us and for having believed in our work. At this point, I'd like to present to you the T-Factor project. I'm going to speak English, so you can put on my slides. Thanks.
Perfect. Cities across Europe are full of empty spaces and spaces with no destiny. This is an increasing urgent problem vis-à-vis mounting challenges, including people who cannot afford shelter and quality housing, lack of affordable spaces for social and cultural activities, for entrepreneurship, etc. We can see now 4 different pictures from advanced regeneration projects. The first in Dortmund, the Dortmunder U and Union Quarter, an industrial heritage related to brewery, which closed its doors in 1994. King's Cross, a large-scale development in London, and one of the first cases in Europe where temporary uses were applied strategically in scale and scope. Manifattura Tabacchi in Florence, which is being currently regenerated to become a new bit of the city. And Frisch in Marseille, a former tobacco factory located in a very deprived area. Temporary practices are many, and many terms are used, like pop-up use, third space, interim use, or meanwhile use, each bringing specific connotations and attributions to temporary uses. The common point, however, is that empty spaces are an opportunity. And these different practices have some characteristics in common. They have a limited or constrained duration, use light, cheap, and movable installations, are collaboratively managed through simplified agreements, lower rents, or subsidized utilities, and are flexible and adaptable. In the case of T-Factor, we focus on a particular type of temporary use and looking at a specific time frame, the time of urban regeneration, which is increasingly longer, uncertain, and risky, and spaces that are in transition. The assumption at the basis of the project is that instead of passively waiting for the delivery of the spaces, we can anticipate and accelerate transformation that contribute to reactivating spaces, communities, and economies, respond to the citizens' needs, and at the same time, prototype future uses and functions. Across the 4 years of the Factor project, collaborating with 26 partners, we have been able to activate more than 150 local communities and stakeholders across 8 advanced case cities and 7 pilots. In particular, in these last ones, we have been testing temporary uses in Milano, in the former Expo area, in the Mind area, in London, in the Euston Railway Hub, in Trafaria, a fisherman village close to Lisbon, in Amsterdam, one of the most important scientific parks in the Netherlands, in Kaunas, in a former military and historic area, in Bilbao, a former river port close to the city center, and in Shanghai at the Xinhua Community Design Center. Across these projects, temporary uses have been activated in response to some core missions, like the promotion of knowledge, skills, and innovation, the preservation of cultural heritage and identity, and also circular economy, greening and biodiversity, wellness, and inclusion. We have done a lot of activities related to urban greenery, especially with young people and children. We have explored the theme of creativity and culture with the activation of grassroots organizations, urban festivals, story trails, circular markets, and other types of activities. From all these experiments, we have understand that temporary uses bring a series of co-benefits. They create new talents, energy, and creativity, restore and regenerate natural assets, create jobs and enterprise opportunities, enhance social relations and community development, bring higher quality spaces and new uses and meanings, and develop novel forms of collaborative governance. But we have also learned from these experiments that it's not true, or not entirely true, that temporary uses are an agile and fast way of doing placemaking, because instead they need well-equipped transdisciplinary teams with great execution skills and planning. Temporary uses help participation, but in our case we have also seen that they move along the spectrum between the fatigue of participation and the fear of allowing people to participate. Therefore, we need some forms of incentives and rewardings for those who take the risk and promote this kind of practices. Temporary uses create access. We have been working very well on public spaces, outdoor spaces, but when it comes to indoor spaces, it becomes much more difficult as there are several access barriers, and the safety requirements are one of these, for which also some investments are needed. So the topic is who is facing these investments in the short term. They create co-benefits that are often qualitative and not easy to be captured and measured with quantitative and dry metrics. So we must create also a new culture, a different culture of impact that goes beyond the theme of engagement and outreach. And last but not least, temporary uses create places. Just working on the software is not enough. The enabling conditions must be created in the regulations, in the forms of governance, in the public and private partnerships and investments. These lessons will be further discussed and deepened during the three sessions today. So I would leave now the floor to Hilda Curti for her keynote speech on temporary uses, urban regeneration, just transitions. Hilda, the floor is yours, please.
Grazie a tutti e a tutte. Parlerò in inglese perché sono...
Thank you. I will be speaking English. I'm used to European projects. We have to speak English, even if it gives you a bit of anxiety. But anyway, I want to thank Anci Toscana. I want to thank my dear friend Laura Martelloni for having had faith in me in the things that I'm about to tell you. So thank you very much to all of you.
Dealing with cities means to adopt complex and interdisciplinary paradigms, to imagine new scenarios, to identify new keywords, to draw perspective of transformation based on the city's resources and interest. We need complexity, to quote Edgar Morin. He said that characteristic of knowledge and complex thinking is that both require a link between knowledge that today is separate and sectorial. Since the dominant tendency is reductive thinking, we reduce cities to poor questions of architecture, town planning, and mobility. So instead we know that reductive thinking makes us go down the same roads, all wrong, actually. So the city is the layering of historical, cultural, social, economic, and urban meanings, and needs complex thinking. Complexity that must hold together, to speak in Latin, the urbs, the set of infrastructures that make it up, the civitas, the set of civis, communities, groups, citizens who inhabit it. Then the spazia, the set of spaces of exchange and interaction that constitute the collective pulse of the city. And then finally, the polis, the set of political approaches to the city. The modern city in particular is affected by complex dynamics that have upset the uses and function of the historical city, have disrupted the hierarchical conception between the center and the suburbs, that have caused the loss of production of economic, social, and cultural urban value. Since the 20th century, our heritage is about obsolete, fragile cities, littered with empty spaces, spaces without function, physical stock without quality and perspective. So our cities have physical infrastructure that are unfit for ecological transition, that are energy intensive and inhospitable. Our urbs is sick, damaged, and hosts a disordered, fragmented, conflicted, unequal civitas, plunged into liquid modernity, said Zygmunt Bauman. So the public city is in crisis, sick and vulnerable. The decline in the urban uses of the 20th century has caused a pauperization of social and cultural practices in public spaces, squeezed between property and financial rent, paradigms of security, privatization and closure of the public spaces on which the urban has historically founded, at least in Italy and in Europe, his model of society. We are in Florence, and Florence is a typical historical city that has mixed function in its history. Policymakers act in an unknown context from the point of view of social and economic dynamics. They have difficulty recognizing and interpreting them because they often have a lack of overview. Local actors often act alone, in no particular order, without collective bodies to support decisions. Policymakers act with the constraint of public finance that reduce the possibilities of transformation. On one hand, the contraction of current ordinary expenditure, and on the other hand, the time and the financial constraints of investment expenditure. We think about the Next Generation EU, the PNRR timescale, that is big opportunities for cities, but with a lot of constraints. All this requires a new focus on the quality of regeneration process that considers the management and the ordinary maintenance of public spaces, the quality of social and community relations, the environmental impact that each intervention produces. There can no longer be project without rigorous, collective, complex impact assessment. Impact assessment must be a policy without derogation, not a duty or a procedure. Impact assessment poses the question of legacy, of what we leave and what we transmit when we operate on the city. The processes of refunctionalization of the enormous empty spaces that the 20th century has placed on our shoulder make sense if they enable us to welcome and to revitalize the social body in travail of our cities, to quote again Zygmunt Bauman. They make sense if they enable us to think of adaptive, flexible, precarious functions that make the city vibrant and livable. And we have the responsibility to think of a temporary, flexible legacy, open to function we cannot even imagine today. Those that will be used by the next generations to face social, economic, climatic changes, possibly without damning us, because we are damning the last generation. We must have the imagination and the creativity to design for the future, finding new symbolic and cultural ways of preserving urban tiles without function. We must restore our collective imagination to imagine the future of the city without looking for definitive solutions, without having the anxiety of the finished, definite project. It is a difficult task that requires us to think out of the box of urban planning, with its rigid rules in which everything has a place, at least on the map. Thinking about the adaptive city, which contains precarious and flexible functions, means to know that it does not compromise end uses. It enriches the transformation perspective and the possibility of questioning the needs and the vision of development. It mobilizes ideas, cultural uses that improve functions. The quality of city life is directly proportional to the quality of urban spaces, the spazia. If they are permeable, accessible, sustainable, and flexible in their uses and function. The social infrastructure of the city, even more than the physical infrastructure, allows us to revitalize the economy from its social capital. We need a new ecological humanism, to quote Carlos Moreno, to answer Italo Calvino's question, where is the city where we live? Adopting a humanistic ecological approach to the city means trying to recompose conflict and connection. It means thinking about the inclusion and cohesion of all the pieces that make up the city. It is about, as Richard Sennett said, rethinking porous cities, where one can cross borders and not build borders of segregation. The porous city offers a lens focused on flow and relation. The porous city suggests the feature of geography and temporalities, which take urban to be a topological space of potential politics. The porous city implies an ideal to which planning practice should aspire. A new urbanism lets us talk about the city as a body made of flesh, bones, muscle, neurons, and not just a skeleton, a set of rigid physical infrastructure. The city is a body whose circular metabolism of all these functions we must redesign. Metabolism in the sense of the biochemical mechanism, the set of transformation that enable living organisms to maintain life. In ancient Greek, metabole means mutation and change. It is a process that keeps living organisms alive. If the city is a sick body, we need to set up a new metabolism to make urbs, civitas, and polis fit again. We have rediscovered our vulnerability as human geography, and rather than regenerate, it is I think that regeneration is an abused term, a polysemic and ambiguous term, and instead of regenerate, probably we need to re-metabolize cities. That means designing polycentric, adaptive cities capable of generating proximity as an element of new society, but also as the construction of proximity of people that places of production, to the places of production, work, and services. Thinking about the public city, the commons and the common goods with new paradigms and new logos in order to identify tools to produce new social and economic value in cities, new democracy, and those new inclusive processes. I think that the pandemic has given us the opportunity to ask new questions. For instance, how much working remotely can generate new thinking about workplaces, mobility, daily commuting? Does the implementation of shared and proximity spaces where to work and meet also generate cultural and social benefits? How can public services be reorganized in the light of a new demand for digital proximity? Does this produce equality or repropose inequality? Who has access to the proximate city? Who does not? Who has the right to the city? Answering to all these questions means redesigns porous cities and redrawing the rules of city use. The actual rules of city use descend from the 20th century, the zoning, the hyper-normalized city, which regulates the behavior, the use, and the management of public spaces. To return to Richard Sennett, our cities are designed in such a way that each of their functions is separated from the others. Urban inequality restricts opportunity. Spatial segregation isolates people into homogeneous class, racial and ethnic groups. The public spaces of today's city are not places for political innovation. So the 20th century city has locked up the borders and deprived the hybrid and mixed use of the places. And the pandemic required us to desigillate the borders of public space and question an outdated and obsolete paradigm of economic, social, and cultural values. During the pandemic, we have assisted in the emergence of unknown forms of communities from the bottom up, occupying unknown space in the city and establishing new networks of solidarity, proximity, and new value production. Today, our responsibility is to give content and continuity to these unknown and disorderly forms of colonization of the city's public spaces. And we need to rethink new model of social organization and production of urban value, redefining a set of rules adapted to the need to occupy the space of the public city. In the 19th, the mainstream paradigm was the 3 Ps, don't know if you remember, public-private partnership. I would like to propose you, at the end of my keynote speech, the paradigms of the 4 Ps: perpetuity, precarity, proximity, and participation. We need perpetuity, which means that practices go beyond people and momentum. Collaborative city management, if it succeeds in including and generating good practices, can become a tool for ordinary management. We need to develop toolkits, and T-Factor is a toolkit. We need to develop toolkits to enable the practice to be perennial and to become policy. We need precarity, because the public city must think about openness, precariousness of functions, and the ability to adhere and to adapt to changing needs. Then we need proximity, the ability to stay with the social capital and social fabric of the city, activating resources, networks, and second-world services, so as to not leave anyone alone. And in the end, we need participation, that is extending the boundaries of resilient communities to those who are excluded. Participation is a method of involvement, activation of collective thinking, and generation of democracy. So I thank you a lot for your passion, even for my English, and thank you.
Thanks a lot, very much. Thanks a lot, Hilda, for your inspiring speech. Now I would call on the stage the members of the first session. So Andrea Balestrini from LAND, Chris Julian from WACH, Carla Fernandez from Nova University, Ruta Valisite from Kaunas University of Technology, and again Hilda Curti from University of Torino. Andrea, you have the work here.
So we start the games. My name is Andrea Balestrini. I'm one of the partners of T-Factor. I've been involved in 2 dimensions of the project. So I was involved in one of the pilot cities, that is Milan, and I was also involved in one of the transformation labs, so these expertise providers who are at the service of the pilots within the project. And today I'm honored to introduce 3 pilots of the project and also to welcome again Hilda Curti in this debate that we are starting in the shift in purpose. What if temporary uses embrace goals of just transitions? So we will be discussing about urban transition in this dimension that is affecting and impacting on the urban elements of the city. I think I can leave the floor to the pilots. So, Chris, you should be the first with your presentation.
I guess I'll stand and grab that.
Yeah, as you wish.
Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here and see everyone again in this lovely space. So, based on the work we did in our pilot, I wanted to do some reflection on the topic here on the screen right now in terms of just transitions and also the telescoping between these huge scales of these, let's say, planetary challenges and societal challenges that we face and these molecular, small-scale practices that we've been developing. Okay, so I guess all of this is for you. Yeah. For our pilot on urban ecology, the planetary challenge facing us, and in fact, of course, all of us, is that of biodiversity loss. Since 1970, we've lost 69% of all global biodiversity, and the stripes you see here on the screen are that degeneration of our biosphere since 1970, from a vivid green to a grayer and grayer world. And you could even say that climate change, you know, the bottom line of that is that it affects living systems and the biosphere, and that's in the end, of course, what we and our urban communities are also part of, which makes this both an ecological problem but also a planetary health issue. The image you see below here I found quite impressive, recently published in the Netherlands, is the fact that there are no longer enough pollinators to pollinate all the plants in the Netherlands. So let's say this is not only a marginal issue that affects individual ecological communities, but becoming more and more also a systemic issue. And of course the question is how to connect these kinds of huge and also quite daunting and maybe frightening issues to our everyday work and to temporary practices that actually resonate with communities and actually also maybe give agency and positive perspectives in the face of planetary challenge. And I think the work we did and what we found so powerful about the work in T-Factor is the ability to negotiate, explore, and narrate these different kinds of planetary challenges on hyperlocal levels and really understand how these challenges become meaningful and actionable with communities of place. And in particular, when we talk about biodiversity, when we talk about the living world, in particular the place-based factor of working is really important because most of life, of course, is really nested in its own environment. And what's kind of great about all of this is how the living world provides endless opportunities for temporary practices, endless opportunities for social, cultural connections. This kind of complicated graph you see to the right is an overview of all the scientific pathways that have been identified for immaterial qualities of relationships with the living world. So from educational to spiritual to cultural, there's like hundreds of different ways in which we can, let's say, create local connections with these planetary problems, in particular when it comes to biodiversity. And what we found in our pilot, in particular at the Amsterdam Science Park, which is both a place of science, of objectivity, of distance to issues, but also of communities, various types of inhabitants, is that the co-creative starting point, of course, is the primary way to start to stitch together these kinds of planetary transitional issues and local communities. And to do so in a regenerative way, and it was well commented just now that that's a fraught term, but I think for us, what was crucial about this notion of regeneration is that every step of the way is serving the eventual goals that you're having. So you don't design your projects to, in the end, reach certain impacts, but you design them for every step of the way to have these positive impacts you're seeking. and that local, and in this case more than human voices, come into dialogue together. So not only different kinds of communities, not only different kinds of cultural backgrounds, but also dialogues with other kinds of non-human actors, with other kinds of animals and plants, which have all their own kinds of ways of communicating and conveying value to each other. And the lovely thing we found in our project, and I think many people have found in these kinds of projects, is that even though the just transition and the justice issues surrounding these can be daunting and existential, that there's actually so much joy and liveliness and cultural meaning to be found in these kinds of interactions, in particular on a community level. So whether you're building more than human shelters with kids, with the image on the right, or regenerating areas, creating old-fashioned but also innovative building techniques with bamboo domes grown locally in the Netherlands. There are these various ways of bringing these global challenges to a local level and also affording different kinds of agency and joy to communities, which exceeds actually the topics at hand. So working, for example, with biodiversity also actually brings in all these intercultural and social dimensions that are, let's say, connected on the platform of greening. And I think this really allowed us to see how urban greening can contribute to all these different kinds of flourishing public spaces, and that the interconnectedness that we all have as living systems actually makes the whole idea of a private sphere maybe a bit redundant. You know, as a living body, we are all in a public space that we share together and might be able to celebrate through temporary practices. Thanks.
Hello, everyone. Okay, thank you. Well, I will present Kaunas case and the pilot. So the area of intervention, we had a former military helicopter base, which is actually very close to the city center, but for many, many years it was completely closed to the public. So there is a certain mental distance with this area and the entire Kaunas inhabitants. So it was a really interesting journey with this pilot, even more because it is a really early age regeneration project. So we have started with a very, very first phase of this project, meaning that we had also the opportunity maybe to introduce temporary urbanism to the early stage, but also less maybe opportunities for real prototyping, etc. So, okay. We identified 3 missions, and the first one is collaborative, creative, and community-led meanwhile. Second, people and planet-centered innovation ecosystem, and the third one, short distance and multifunctional place. Each mission had certain stable use, which we have identified, meaning thinking about key aspects of these uses that might bring just transitions to this area. And first is community space, mission 1. This area of Kaunas Innovation Park is very interesting because it is bordering with a historical area of Kaunas Fortress Park. Kaunas is surrounded by fortress, which is very interesting. And these forts actually are, in Kaunas, is a very important element for communities. So therefore, we have identified this place as having a very, very big potential for just transformations, including communities, and somehow hacking the Kaunas Innovation Park with different ideas and proposals for this area and the development of the area from the community side. So as of course Lithuania and Kaunas is in early stage also in terms of understanding and knowledge, awareness about application of temporary uses as a strategic asset and strategic tool. So we have identified that this bordering area of Kaunas Fortress Park is a key element for the transformation of this innovation park. Then we thought about the Mission 2, which has a sandbox, stable use, which the key element is to support the development of thematic innovation areas of Innovation Park. And what we did, the goal was actually to create a model of this sandbox which could become a test bed for Innovation Park with several goals. First of all, merging together different cultures, disciplinary cultures, promoting something. Okay. Promoting abductive thinking and culture, promoting enlargement of different areas, which is actually a must for innovation, right? But usually a very big challenge. So what we did is first to create a conceptual model for this sandbox. And we tried to work on this Kaunas Fortress area as a case in order to elaborate this model on how it might become a collaborative model for testing of various ideas, R&D experiments, etc. So what we have identified that Kaunas Fortress park area might be in case of a development of the Innovation Park, again represents a very good opportunity for those that initially maybe cannot enter the Innovation Park because it is until now planned for maybe bigger companies, and there is a startup space where maybe small companies are allocated. But we were missing into this Innovation Park model the space and the opportunity for smaller ones, for individuals or even students. So we said, all right, so this sandbox might be the place where everyone meets. Maybe those that are living in the Innovation Park can cross the border. And here we have a very nice sketch that I like very much, but you cannot see very well. But we had the workshops in this Kaunas Fortress Park area with architects about envisioning how these spaces might become a part of innovation process. And there was one architect group that did amazing sketches which represents this vibrant idea, like Innovation Park, which is sort of business corporate area surrounded by this very fluid space where everything happens, So we envisioned that this sandbox is a real opportunity which might be, if described well as a model, might be also transferred to other organizations then around the city, maybe using also other Kaunas Fortress Park historical areas, scaling up a little bit the initiative. And the third one, Okay, so then we did some testing activities of these sandbox potential activities where we were working with students, with cultural organizations, trying out the model that we have thought out. We also worked with Comuna. We did a workshop aimed to analyze a little bit more in detail some aspects of governance, legal documents, etc., in order to define how this model could really be implemented into the system, the local system that we have. And the third one is called Open Gallery. So the key aspect of this activity is mental proximity, I would call it, and also creating some manifesto for regarding the sensitive questions, sensitive aspect related with different challenges within societies. And we used the concrete wall that was actually closing this territory for a lot of years, creating this mental distance in between Kaunas inhabitants and other, of course, people that are visiting Kaunas, in order to make a statement that now it is open and that you can participate here. And also there was a specific moment, of course, when the war in Ukraine happened, so we had an international artist which has participated by naming this this area no-fly zone, certain like playing with words and stating something. Well, so this is our third activity, which actually I'm not sure if you can perceive within the photographs, but it really changed something in Kaunas, because if you live in Kaunas and know that wall, it was really good initiative to make a statement, let's say. Well, we had also a few articles published because we saw a need in representing a little bit more in detail how Kaunas, exactly our city, might learn from the advanced cases of T-Factor project. And we had also T-Lab activities, T-Lab 6 and T-Lab 3. T-Lab 3 was related with the idea of using technologies for digital placemaking, but making them work for social innovation, first of all, instead of technological innovation. A Kaunas manifesto for urban metaverses was published in collaboration with Futuribile, Marta, and it was a really interesting and inspiring activity because we were working with different groups and different workshops on imagining how we can really use technology to create alternative places, alternative scenarios of places where we prototype this social justice. So we had 3 different topics which are socially sensitive. And it was a really, really inspiring activity, as I said, for everyone, I guess. And then we had T-Lab 6 from thinking about the future with the Kaunas Manifesto and futuring with Kaunas Manifesto Urban Metaverse, we also thought that it is very important to think about history and to preserve the history. So TLF6 was focused on collecting stories of local inhabitants of the area, which are actually almost under extinction, which know something about the area. So we have met a lot of few inspiring people which are as books of this territory, walking books of the territory. Finally, for closing our pilot, we organized the policy lab. Why this choice? Because we started with a very early stage, let's say, of a development area, and also early stage of understanding and knowledge of meanwhile uses as a strategic asset, but we have identified the main change, in perception of people that are making decisions, and we said, okay, this is the time to do something more, because within these years of the project activities, we can see we raised this awareness, and the learnings of this workshop really demonstrate that everyone are now at the same page, so we can start now, and I hope so to apply this in Lithuania. Well, so legacy, awareness, as I mentioned, knowledge about what we need to do in order to enable the temporary urbanism practice in Lithuania, in Kaunas, and which are the gaps actually that are has to be somehow solved in order to enable it, and some artifacts and examples that are showing what can happen with these activities. So this is it, I guess, about Kaunas. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just no. Okay. Oh, yeah, it is. Well, I'm Carla Fernandes from Nova University, Lisbon, and I'd like to start by saying that, okay, forgive my voice because I'm having a really difficult time with the change of weather in Lisbon, so I'm losing my voice. But in fact, Trafaria pilot was a really challenging one in all respects. But I'd like to start by saying that Trafaria is a vulnerable place, extremely vulnerable. And when I say vulnerable, it's really, I mean, in all terms. It's social issues, environmental, with the rise of the waters, with poverty, with drugs, with a lot of tension between governance, the local governance, and the main town hall. And when we came to Trafaria, so Nova University, we were really challenged. First of all, I was super excited and really happy to come to this village where I used to go already when I was very young with my parents, because this is on the other side of the northern bank of the Tagus River. And it's just at the beginning of where the beaches start. So it's still a kind of hidden resort for really poor people who don't go to the nice beaches and stay in this area where the river meets the sea. And it's really incredible because you still see the last old fishermen, really last. When I say last, is really they are dying. So the oldest one has just died some months ago. And we have like 3 or 4 who are still going to the sea in the small boats. So it's full of incredibly inspiring stories and memories, and of course intangible heritage that we tried to create a net via these missions that we chose. Our mission 3 was harder, and we some of you know the issues we had. But because it's really incredibly difficult to work with a town hall that tends to forget Trafaria. They think about gentrification, they love the big sharks coming with tourism, incredibly big plans for the area, and they don't want to know, they don't want to talk a lot about Trafaria because they know we'll be fighting against what their plans are. So we had this shared locally rooted identities mission and innovative education and training. And this is a little bit of the coastline of Trafaria, so still the river on your right. So the temporary use enabled this identification of needs and challenges in the region. Just to give you an example, when we arrived there as seen as academics, they looked at us and said, oh no, now the doctors are coming. And say, hey, but well, don't worry, we are really wanting to do something from bottom up, with you. And so the tension was also there. So now what will they want to do? So it's really, we had to really work very, very delicately, and that's why we focused on, as much as we could, on arts, cultural and arts activities that would, so to say, pave the beginning of the relationships. So we tried to create a dynamic relationship as much as possible between the social sciences, because I'm coming from the Faculty of Social Sciences, and my other colleagues come from the Faculty of Science and Technology. So this was really at the fringe of arts and science. But of course, we couldn't do half of what we planned, because the territory is not only difficult to get in, already to do the mapping was extremely hard of the different communities, because it's so small. It's 4 kilometers long, but with 3 different communities inside, and some of them don't even talk to each other. In these 4 kilometers, just amazingly rich, but very hard to work with. So we did a lot of research, interdisciplinary and collaborative, and we tried, of course, since we had to assume that we are academics, working as much as possible with the local stakeholders, residents, artists, technicians in all our activities. But what I would like to emphasize is that for me the word there is really time. Time is really the key, because it takes a lot of time, and it needs to be an attentive, dedicated and careful time. It's really a community that cannot be just, talked to in terms of, well, now we come with these new ideas. They really, they are aggressive. They can be really, and they have all reasons to be aggressive. They need us to be with them, to really be with them. So, and it takes a lot of time. So it took us much, much longer than we thought to even, of course, do all the activities in the field. But we actually did a lot of them, starting from critical futures, seminars, dealing, of course, with the issues as Chris also talked, and social issues, as I said, to the team mapping, campfire, the slam poetry events, the artistic installation day, and you can also have a look at that later on the website. So Critical Futures, Digital Campfire, and the Bottom-Up Prototyping Museum means that we wanted to also preserve the history, and the very tough history that is contained in the prison, in the old prison of Trafaria, where we still hope that we will install the future Institute of Arts and Technology that up to now hasn't been possible to install because of all the constraints after the pandemics, with not only increasingly higher budgets, but also with the town hall not always providing the support that we need there. But we did the prototyping in 3D of the cells, and the cells are full of, you see on the right, full of writings on the walls still from the prisoners in 82 until 81, when the prison was closed. And in the final years, it was accommodating, hosting political prisoners as well. So we decided to focus on activities such as the slum poetry, because there was and they created, the young people, they created this new label, Slum Poetry Trafaria, because they really had a lot to say. So if you don't know what slum poetry is, it's about criticizing, it's intervention poetry done in the moment and not previously published. So we were really lucky and happy that they wanted to do this regularly. So every year now they do this even national contest, and they created this logo also. So this is a legacy that I think we managed to do for the coming years, much after Tea Factor, we hope. So there was competitions. The jury was composed of the public themselves. We gave them numbers, and they had to give the punctuation for the best poets. Normally young people voting up to 10, and they're the winners. And so I'm showing you now just images of some of the activities. This was the tea mapping, when people came literally with big maps of the area, and they would come with their own photographs and stickers to write, "This was my house 50 years ago," or "The Old Fisherman, this was where I first built my first boat." So they really pointed and left on the map their memories and stories. Then we had this series of 12 podcasts. Once a week we had one during 3 months, and they were all about the stories of these 12 characters, I would say, the protagonists of the tales in Trafaria, done with Marta Miranda, a very, very engaged and activist artist from the area, Marta Miranda. And so she had the idea, and I was doing it with her. We were not only registering, but also then listening to the podcasts live with them every week, because some of the elderly don't even have a smartphone, let alone Spotify. They don't even know what the word is, Spotify or so. So we had to be there with them and listen to the podcasts, because otherwise they wouldn't even listen to themselves. So it's extremely emotional, but also very, very touching to know that these people are dying to be maybe replaced only by tourists. I'm sorry to say it like this, but it's really shocking. It's very strong. And we had activities like the community kiln, where the fire brought people together. This large-scale Teia, the installation that Victor Gama, we invited this artist because he works a lot with derelict places where he does music, but also large-scale installations. And this is seen from above the building, where we still will start restoring the building for the future IIT. And this is a metaphor about the fishing nets and the spider web. And Teia means a spider web, so it's a whole metaphor of connections between people, but also the fishing nets that are still mended by the also last women mending the fishing nets. So this is a homage to the fishermen, also for the commuters coming from Lisbon with the ferry boat. The ferry boat takes around 20 minutes, and when they commute every day, because it's only they don't have cars, most of them, so they used to go to work for Lisbon with the ferry. And from the river you could see this at night in a luminescent way like this. So you could see it almost from the other side of Lisbon. So this was our homage to the fishermen. So in terms of legacy, of course, Trafaria is all about intangible heritage preservation, and of course we believe that that's the way we have for fairer transitions in critical urban transformations. So these temporary uses addressed different but very connected missions, and I consider we were mostly effective in terms of capacity activation. So the young people we worked with at school, like my colleague is there, stakeholder from the School of Trafaria, the secondary school, where we are doing this documentary for 4 hours long to close the project after the road show that we've done in March. And we believe that we really at least passed the message to the younger generations in as much as we could, and they are now more autonomous and doing what we believe permanent temporalities. I think it suits our case study. So again, these communities were at the core of the participatory process, and I think we really did this mission in terms of academia, that we put them in touch with novel art forms and dialogues, different from their everyday register, definitely, as you can see in the documentary, if you have time for it now. We have a trailer now of 6 minutes. I let it run for a little while, if it works, and otherwise you find the link. And it's a trailer for a 4-hour film that will be divided into episodes about all these different stories we have. Do I just click? How do we activate it? Great, thanks a lot, Laura. By the way, thanks for everything. Just this superwoman, just unbelievable. Thank you for your attention.
Inês Sampaio, nos anos 40, aqui é nos anos 30. Aqui é Alfredo Didelé, que ainda é vivo, tem 100 anos, e que nós fizemos uma entrevista.
Yeah, I forgot to say that there is also this harbor where you get the silos from where the cereals arrive. Was my colleague from Cinema Studies, and this project at the Trafaria School for the documentary started exactly because we wanted to bring cinema to the adolescents, to the high school level. So they are now learning the first basic techniques of montage and editing. And I'd like to also thank our previous MA student, now going into a PhD, doing every week for the full year, teaching every week there at school, which is a very tough school to teach, really.
Carla, I think we have to skip the rest of the video, so
yeah, exactly.
we leave a bit of suspense to the audience to
Thank you
watch
very
it
much again.
from online.
Yes, of course.
So thank you very much for sharing the experiences that you gathered in the 3 cities. I think that there were remarkable outcomes and very peculiar insights of how temporary use can trigger the different potentials that are hidden in the communities. For example, I was quite impressed by some of the concepts that you mentioned. For example, the more than human ecology, the mental proximity, or what you mentioned about these fragile memories that are also part of a meanwhile storytelling that is improving then the condition within the neighborhood. So I would like now, with this brainstorming about just urban transition in the background, to discuss also with Hilda and with your long experience in different levels of collaboration with public and civic institutions. How did you perceive that meanwhile uses, if they can effectively, impact on the mindset of people and consequently in changing the policies and the planning regulations that is then the final boundary between being imaginative, as you said, and then being also practical enablers of these installations and transformations in the city?
Well, it's not easy to answer. Actually, I would like to highlight two issues, I think, that are issues that are linked, of course. Because if we, as we are doing, have the, if we redesign spaces, abandoned spaces, for instance, your spaces, I think the community never went in a no-fly zone. So there's no a community there. At least there's no a civil community, probably an army community or others. So if we have to redesign spaces through temporary uses, I think that there is one question that is, if we want to involve communities, especially vulnerable and fragile communities, we have to know that the governance of the process must have in mind complexity, but there is the rights of communities to see just a partial opportunity in the temporary use. I think that we don't need to explain communities why we're doing something. Then there is a process, because they have the right to see partial opportunities, even if there is a long-term goals, the impact assessment, a legacy. So in mind of the governance, of the project management, of the complexity must be always in mind. But then there is the right to understand just partial opportunities. And on the other hand, the time is the key factor. So I like the concept of permanent temporalities when I spoke about the P of perennity, because the processes are more important than the projects, and the processes are slow, and we have to work with a slow time, because communities need time. There's an interesting a Canadian artist that years ago said that we need to have the X generation factor, that is a cultural approach to stimulate imagination in people. Imagination means desire, and I think we need to have to work on the desire of communities to be protagonists of the changement. And we need time. I don't know if you agree. It's difficult to find a balance between the time that we need as urban regeneration and the time that the project, the European project, the institutional time, because every 5 or 4 years we go to election. So there is a time that is the institutional time. Even the European project have a time. And we know that we need more time. So it's difficult to find a balance between these different times.
Yeah.
I give the floor to someone.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting what you said also about the reinterpretation of these 3 Ps that we are used to have in mind when we talk about urban regeneration. Actually, at the beginning, when we have been told about the history of this room, I was thinking how even 600 years ago there was a public-private partnership here. So this ceiling is maybe telling us how extensively this kind of collaboration has shaped our cities, but I really appreciate this new insight that you introduced us into, that is to bring the other piece into the debate. So how do you think that these open challenges can be tackled by the city makers, being them professionals who are designing the cities, or being them the city officials that then they have to bring this concept to the constraints of urban regulation, for example?
Well, I had in my life both responsibilities because I'm a technician. I've worked a long time as a technician, as a consultant of public bodies, and then for 10 years I've been public officer in my city on urban regeneration. So I have both. I think well, it's impossible to have social innovation and economical, environmental innovation if we don't have administrative innovation, rules. But it's not a problem of rules. And we must be brave to force the rules, the nowadays rules, to force the changement. And for a public officer, it's not really easy to force the rules, because you have to stay within the framework of the rules. But on the other hand, you have to change, to reinterpret the rules. So I think you need to have a big alliance with all the administrative bodies. So it's not only a political point of view, but even administrative, juridic point of view. And then you need to read the practices, the legacy of the practices, trying to transform them in new rules. It's a long process. It's very interesting. Actually, it's very interesting. So it's very interesting because you leave something. If you change after an experience, a practice, if you change the rules, you know that you are working on perennity. But you never you can start from the rules. And I think this is a temptation of public officers to start from the rules and not from the experiences. So the rules is a legacy. Is the changing of rules must be a goals. It's not the beginning of the process.
Yeah. Yeah, please.
Yeah, I totally agree. Oh, sorry.
No, please.
Really, I couldn't. I couldn't help. Yeah, I totally agree with you, and I couldn't agree more. Administration is still in Portugal is still a nightmare in most of the cases, but I really am thinking now, for example, in projects of unruling. Actually, exactly the point is that if you start from the rules, you will not make people happy. First of all, secondly. You need to really do things that are in the middle line. The virtue is normally in the middle, right? But what we are now trying to do, for example, in the next small project we now have won for this area at national level, some funding, is for residencies of what we call informality. So not formatting, and formatting, and also informality. So again, trying to start from the grassroots and bottom up. But it's really taking a lot of time. So it's a long process. And again, in terms of projects like this, wonderful, beautiful project, one of the most interesting I've been in the last decade. And we need sustainability, not just in terms of environment, but sustainability in terms of how to then carry on with this legacy, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I can add to that from our pilot perspective. So one of the main pivots we made in our work was to go from, let's say, an open-ended program that addressed basically everyone if they were interested in our kinds of activities and temporary interventions, to very community-focused, particular communities, engaging with them, co-creating with them, because I think this perpetuity, this long time, is in the memories of communities. They hold this together, and I think by accessing that temporality of a community and their own process, their own identity, their culture, and working with that in your temporary practices, that you're actually also able to align the speed that you have to have within a project management context with this slower speed that we all see is necessary to create embeddedness and create these processes that can continue on after we have to leave again. So I think, if we would go for a more than human lens, I think the same could be said for like larger ecological communities, that the participation, I think, is not from the ground into the governance, but it's actually, the governance has to embed itself in the existent communities to be able to create a value that goes beyond a policy scope.
Yeah. Ruta?
Referring to what you say, not starting from the rules, actually starting from the rules is rational thinking, which is not the best way to go, of course, if you want to create something new. So I think it's a matter of culture. We need this abductive culture, which actually combines creative and rational thinking together. And there is a philosopher, Charles Sanders Peirce, which actually defended the idea that any past data cannot support any new idea. You cannot create anything new. So this is the key, that if we start from rational thinking and the rules and what we have, etc., we will not create anything new. And when we find ourselves with the cities that we have to change constantly, it's a total full stop. So, of course, we have discussed a lot within this project that here this temporary urbanism actually is sort of methodology, structured one, but which enables this creativity. Because if you come as a person which is interested to do something, you see what I can do. It's like, what can I create? I don't think about the rules, I do. And then we will see. And then we can create the rules. So, yeah, the matter of culture, abductive culture.
Yeah, I have quite the impression that T-Factor produced more questions than answers. That is positive. It's positive for the debate that we are animating in the urban agenda of our cities. If you allow me a simplification, I think there are three main open challenges that emerge from your presentation and also from the experience of Hilda, that are justice, so how to address justice, how to address participation, and ecology. Well, maybe I am quite not very impartial on that because I'm a landscape architect. So the three of them were quite well represented in the three pilot. For example, I see a lot of ecology in Amsterdam, the topic of justice in Kaunas, and participation in Trafaria. If you would like to share one word of a takeaway or an open challenge that is very specific to your pilot on one of the three topics that you experienced in the practice of this of the past 4 years.
Literally?
One word, yeah.
It's tough. Can I do a tweet? No, okay, one word. It's, I think, embeddedness, and especially in the policy level, yeah.
I would say open, but in many terms, because we are opening the area, it's like some going towards an open mindset, etc. So open, yes.
I would say attention, and maybe care, attention and care. Really. Oh, sorry.
No? Yes. Speechless after this exchange. Okay, thank you. It was very nice to share the story of what happened in your cities, and also thank you again, Hilda, for sharing your knowledge on that.
Thank you.
Coffee break. Laura and Dario will guide you at the cafeteria called La Ménagère. It's just here around the corner. And then we'll be back here at 12:10. The second session will start at 12:10, so be sure to be here 5 minutes before. You can leave all your stuff here, including the headphones. So, thank you. Who is missing? Maria Cerreta and Silvia. Okay. Please take your seats. We are about to start the second session. So I see on the stage are already Laura Fernandez, who is replacing Karim Asri, Francesco La Loggia and Francesca Valsecchi. I invite Silvia Viviani from the city of Livorno to join us here, and Maria Cerreta from the University of Naples, Federico II. Thank you, Maria. Laura, the floor is yours. Good session.
Thank you, Vesnik. Can you hear me? Yes. Good morning, everyone. We will be starting the second discussion panel that is focused on time and how we can shift our understanding of temporary uses from short-term actions to long-term city making. And I have the honor to present our four speakers for this second panel. First of them is Francesco La Loggia. He's a project and stakeholder manager in Plusvalue, and he will explain to us the Milan pilot. Then we have Francesca Valsecchi. She is a design researcher, practitioner, and professor at the Tongji University, and she will be explaining the Shanghai pilot. And also we have Maria Cerreta, professor at the Department of Architecture in the University of Napoli in Federico II, and Silvia Viviani, Deputy Mayor for Urban Planning and Public Works in the city of Livorno. Thank you very much, and the floor is yours.
So good morning, everybody. I am Francesco La Loggia, and I'm going to introduce to you the Mine pilot. So I will kindly ask you to bear in mind the timeline in order to understand everything that has been going on in the past years. So T-Factor project started in 2020. The hospital Galeazzi was built in 2022. The human Technopole it's already operational, but will be completed in 2028. The University of Milan will get in the district with a scientific campus by 2027. And the project, as I told you, started in 2020. MIND is about to become, by 2031, the largest innovation district in Italy and one of the largest in Europe, with a public and private partnership between a public-owned company owned by the Ministry of the Economy, the Municipality of Milan, Municipality of Rho, Region Lombardy, and the Fiera of Milan. And on the other side, there is a private company called Lendlease, a urban developer with 100 billion projects around the world. 4.5 billion funding, private and public, and as I told you, a time span by 2031. When the project started in 2020, basically it was an abandoned places, because it was where the Expo 2015 took place. So the coalition, the Mine Coalition, was interrogating themselves and focusing on what they should do in order to avoid that the district was perceived as a spaceship landing on a place with no connection with the nearby activities. So the first thing we started doing basically was doing guided tours. Yes, it may seem a little bit easy, but it was the best thing we could do in order to engage the nearby community, but also the people that were in those days working there. And we started to have some kind of feedbacks about that. And then, of course, we started focusing on the three main missions of the T-Factor project. The first one is an open, vibrant, and collaborative research and innovation ecosystem. So we took advantage on the coalition of the T-Factor project, LAND, the University of Milan, and the Department of Design of the Politecnico, and the fact that as an innovation district, one of the two main strands of development was life science. So we wanted the nearby community and the city of Milan to understand and to feel the district as a place not just for companies and for researchers, but for the population. So Life Science Open Hub was an idea in order to disseminate knowledge about life science, but not only for people that were like very much into science, also for common people, and in order to let them understand what were the new trends and the new activities that were going on. So we tried to actually involve them with activities, with the new technologies and the nouvelle vague of the technologies, such as PrintMed, 3D, and body fundamentals that are quite interesting activities, exhibit and fairs that took place in mind. The second mission we tackled was to have an active, healthy, and green lifestyles. So thanks also to the fact that being 1 million square meters, there's a lot of green, but nobody was actually taking good care of it. So the idea was to involve the inside and the outside community through the creation of spaces of green in order to let the population of the district, but especially the nearby community, understand what can be done through green and teaching them how to nurture little and small gardens. All these were, of course, temporary spaces that were built during the T-Factor project. Especially Herbula Garden, there is still there. The third mission we actually tried to tackle was accessibility and usability. We wanted to build an open house for the population of Mind and the nearby communities. The issues we actually had was that being in an area where there were exchange of destination of every space, being a urban development with a very long lifespan, we started to think about making it such as metaphorical, something like ideal place. And we started actually getting in touch with the outside community in order, especially with the third sector community, in order to try to let them understand that Mind was an opportunity, was not just, as I mentioned before, a spaceship that just landed on the ground that was completely cut and as a silos divided to the nearby community. So we started with the activity of Futurabili. They had two missions in the two editions between last year and this year, to connect the companies that were already in mind with their technicians in order to give an idea what could be, for example, for the STEM for the STEM universities, potential paths for their education and development. So this is in a nudge what we did in 4 years, and I'm being very, 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 very short. I could be speaking for hours, maybe for days. The point is that we started something. We started giving ideas to the developer, to the people that were actually there in place and are going to stay there for long, that we can. There are so many chances to involve the outside community, but at the same time, the inside community. In order, first of all, to build a community, because the first thing you have to build is the feeling of belonging and make them feel, I wouldn't say at home, but at least in a place they can feel with a resemblance of what they feel like home. And at the same time, Mind needs to be perceived as an open place, as a place open to the population, to the scientists, tenants, and company, but at the same time, it needs to be a place as a connection between the outside and the inside. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Francesco. Good morning, everybody, and a big pleasure to be here in Florence and to have the chance to share our experience in Shanghai. I'm sorry that I'm the only person that could come, and I don't represent the Chinese part of the team, but it was definitely easier for me to come to Europe. And well, Shanghai has a little bit of a particular situation because we are part of this. This is, I mean, T-Factor is a European project. Let me see. Like T-Factor is a European project, but it's also an international collaboration. I would like, okay. But it's also an international collaboration that is supported by the Chinese government and the Ministry of Science and Technology. So we're part of the project at large, and we have 3 sites in the city. We have a different timeline, like we still have 1.5 years to go. So for me, this is like the final gathering for T-Factor Europe, but we will continue, and that's quite interesting because we can bring the legacy of the project and make it evolve. And over the years, we have been working on 3 sites in the city that are very different. Like one is a community place that is basically managed by a social enterprise that is completely run by the community and the citizen. The other one is a project from the university, which has, with the idea of developing a technology and innovation area with the neighborhood. And the third one is an experiment with a very big real estate enterprise to utilize abandoned space in the city. And they are characterized by very different characteristics, and I try to describe them with the 3 keywords that could give a feeling of what happened there. And they also have different scale. This is just a lane house of about 100 meters, and this is like an entire neighborhood that include 5 of 6 streets and a very big residential community. And this is a distributed area around the city that include offices, shopping mall, a lot of small shops, and a variety of residential area. The idea and the reflection that I want to share with you today, like beside these 3, what we call the pilot in Shanghai, we also try to run a nation scale inquiry and research to try to understand what is the meaning of temporality in China. Because starting from a European perspective, there may be differences or similarities between the countries in Europe, but when you're moving to a transcontinent context, the idea of time is particularly different and particularly unique. And so what does it mean to be temporary for us? And we're starting from this T-Factor result that temporary doesn't mean transitory, and so what is the legacy that can be built? And I want to make a point about that. If I have to reflect about the shifting on time, there are two divergent tension. There are two tensions. Sometimes they diverge, sometimes they converge, and one is a level of informality. So in a city of 25 million people in Asia, I don't know how many of you are familiar with Asia, the transformation is continuous and is it happens all the time. So there is a level of informality on what is the dynamic of the city that does not exist in a very regulated environment as it is the European one. At the same time, on the other hand, there is like administration or government long-term planning that works on 50 years plan, which are distributed in 3, 4, 15 years plan, which are distributed in 10 5-years plan, which are distributed in 21-year plan action. And all of these things is very dynamic. And these two levels, they don't necessarily talk each other. So what is the shift on time from the temporary to the long-term legacy when we have 25 million people agency that is happening all the time, and we have like a more long-term perspective? What is the connection that we can make between the two? And so we're trying to run the pilot based on this idea of a residency model. So residency, like you arrive in a place, you have a short time, you make something happen, and then what are you creating can create something else or can stay for longer terms. And there is, and so the idea, like where we are so far, is that this unplanned as the mix between the agency, like the frugal agency, and the long-term government perspective. This unplanned is a space for creating relationship, and this is very important in a 25 million city because community ties are not obvious. There is a lot of like the traditional neighborhood is not something that really exists anymore in megacities. There is also a lot of disruptive intervention from government and real estate, because maybe there is agency going on all the time, but when billions of euro arrive for a renovation of the area, everything else is wiped away. So what can be created in between this tension? And so how can we use this temporary wait for a community making process, which somehow is also similar to what Francesco was mentioning before. And I'll bring you through a series of examples and practice that we have in this scale of like the prompt uses. So the residency can be something that is made by student with the intervention of the community, so still a sort of like organized practice to try to see how the community can be improved or developed according, for example, to circular principle. But it could also be something that is very grassroots, like the Sparks in 1 square meter is a very interesting project in which the citizens are called to present their idea in literally 1 square meter. Like we build boxes, and then they have this as a sort of like a showcase, and then they discuss the boxes with all the community, and then we try to give the infrastructure to make the ideas become projects. So there is a very participatory and bottom-up process on how they decide how to work. And then this moves into more regular spaces. There is a community festival organized in Xinhua that catered for the past 3 years more than 1,000 people, and the idea is like, how can we connect, how can we have this community be the agent of the connection with other communities all around the country, and how much people can express their relationship in place through a festival that is very shared. And then this is like also something that is becoming more regular, and this was something that came really from the T-Factor legacy, because other cities and pilots are working on this idea of the urban ecology. This was it's not even a garden, it's just like a parking lot that has been made by the citizen in a completely spontaneous way over a year into a community garden. And we use this space to try to develop different kind of activity that can create more than human engagement. And we actually with the support of the university, we created a urban ecology lab, which is going around the city, try to have this more the human approach. And now the places of the green has been multiplied in a community in a way that can become a model for other district or neighborhood of the city. And this is also quite interesting. This is like an elevator hall. Some of you that came to Shanghai may remember. It's literally just an elevator hall. So the archetypical leftover space, and it became a spin-off, a university lab that is open for exhibition and activity from the citizenship. So like something that is like in the corner abandoned is actually become a transition point for all the community that pass through the shopping mall and the offices that are there. And then we're going into more stable uses. This is a general, we got some funding from UNDP and also from the local government to develop an initiative of like zero waste, Xinhua, which is the idea in the next 2 years which is by the end of T-Factor in China, to model how a zero waste community is supposed to be and to work and operate, and how this can be scaled. And also, since the place is so active, there is also be a major infrastructure renovation over the last year that is bringing more workshops, that is bringing some charities, some florists, some artist studio, and this is a little bit a challenge. This is a good example of a shift in time. The challenge is like how this community that is becoming more permanent, connected to the space, will actually kind of react and interact with the idea of the dynamic, and this is for us is an open question. And in the same way, from the elevator hall, the lab moves sporadically around the city and creating like more sort of temporary autonomous zone of activation that can go sometimes in the hairdresser, sometimes in the library, sometimes in the coffee shop or in the bike shop. So try to create a connection and a legacy between all of the realities that exist in the city that comes from the tradition and doesn't come from the big real estate investment. And so as is kind of like my sort of conclusion for the day, but how can we inquiry temporality as a driver of inclusion for having all of the actors like kind of working together? And as much as China is a hyper-technological place, one of the most remarkable results is also that the community start to publish a newspaper, like a little magazine that is completely self-managed, and this is like quite interesting because it creates very different relationship in what is the connection between the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Very kind invitation, because I think that. Do you register me? Okay, it works. I think that T-Factor is a very brilliant project that reflects on the topics of temporary uses with an innovative approach. And I think that could be interesting also consider the opportunity to test the T-Factor project in some other realities. So my perspective is starting from the point of view of the university, but also the university that works inside the territory, considering also the need to activate a perspective that considers values as relevant for the identification in which way use could be implemented but also activated, starting from the opportunities of regeneration in different kind of realities. So my reflection from some issue that were presented and proposed for the panel in order to identify in which way we can reflect but also operate, starting from the opportunity to interact the realities of the city, but also the practices in a different context. So my reflection starts considering temporary uses, but also reuses in many different places, and the perspective of values. This also considering an interesting new report that has been promoted by the European Commission that considered the cities as test bed, and also as the need to identify what could be relevant for the scale of reflection, and in which way some relevant issue could be some purposes for new opportunities of interaction, considering that the local scale, new types of activities, but also new business models, and especially new adaptive uses, need new rules and also new enabling contexts to implement their opportunities of reflecting. In an interaction that is relevant for institutional context, but also operative context, in a sort of dynamic dialogue, and also to identify some opportunity challenge. In this, especially the implementation of a sort of alliance and cooperation among different actors could be particularly relevant, especially involving a sort of implementation of responsible government, where the cooperation and co-production of value is essential, but is also a central issue. And in many different experiences that we have tested, I think that the cycle of co-design, co-decision, co-production, and co-evaluation is particularly interesting because it identifies a way to operate in a co-governing model, implementing also the opportunity to activate a process of real concrete interaction among different stakeholders. And in this perspective, we started also in considering the condition where the political system has to interact with the culture-based public and civil society system according to a perspective of new forms of economies, because the traditional economy are not so essential for a new way to activate the temporary uses models, and the opportunity to interact with the Helix model, considering the need of a cultural, basic, and public system as essential for the reflection. So perhaps we have to consider that cities has to face a lack of effective regulation, but also a lack of transparency and information, and a lack of flexibility and bureaucratic difficulties. And consider also the need to promote temporary uses and reuses as a vector for placemaking, but especially a leverage for bottom-up regeneration, and the opportunity for an ecosystem public-civic cooperation that is not so obvious. And also to build a new trust in institution power, because the need of trust is a source of opportunity challenge for the rehabilitation and the implementation of temporary use and reuse in different realities. And this means also to identify a perspective that's starting from the values. Thinking about values and about complex values is a different way to identify the different values that could be considered as a premise, but also as a result. And in the different kind of values that start from use values, we also have economic values, cultural values, social value, ecological values, but above all intrinsic values, because intrinsic values are the glue values able to generate cooperation in the different communities and also generate a cohesion, a social cohesion, considering also the temporary uses as a leverage for a temporary communities that build together new intrinsic values. In this, the temporary uses and reuses are central for identification of some complex values, local incremental changes, but also community-oriented and inclusive processes, multidimensional impact and benefit, because the impact are essential to identify in which way the consequences of the temporary uses action could be implemented, and also activate creative and innovative changes with a collaborative management. Starting from this perspective, the temporality is relevant, but is essential a regenerative permanent temporality, where the time is the long-term time of the process, but also the short-term time of the actions, and the medium time of the project. And these different kind of time are relevant because there is an interaction, a continuous permanent interaction among them. If we consider Some examples. We started from a little laboratory that we activated in the south of Italy, so not in China, but in Salerno. That is a very small laboratory that is an example where temporary uses became a sort of experience but practices for urban regeneration. Implementing a model that is a model of living lab but re-elaborated considering the evaluation, especially the co-evaluation, as essential for identification not only of the impact but especially of the preferences and needs. So our approach integrates co-exploration, co-design, and co-testing, where co-evaluation is a sort of transversal point, useful for generate different kind of alternative, but also able to verify and testing if the impact are relevant for the different communities and especially for the specific community. So in Morticelli, this is the name of the church where we worked, starting from during the time considering the different realities. During the time we have had different results, but especially we built together a vibrant community, able to consider many different activities with the relevant impact, able to generate intrinsic value and a new temporary community that is particularly strong in our period. And this is also a map of the different, only in the first period, but now this network is more rich, of the different kind of actors that were able to engage in this process. And so it's a temporary community that is changed during the time. Considering that we have had a long-term process that starts with some crucial point where user value identification, intrinsic value generation are particularly relevant, where the experimental governance has been tested, and where impact assessment has been essential for understanding the result, and also now we are in the period of implementation of a commons paradigm, considering that short-term action are identified starting from some temporary experiment, some different, in a second phase, a sort of relevant project useful to identify also a national call able to implement some different uses in a small space. And now we are in a sort of cyclic programming, useful to activate a sort of cycle process, able to identify a continuity, but also made of different temporary action. This now is our result, but is also the point of reflection considering the opportunity that the temporary use is changed a small church that was closed for about 40 years in a community driver. Starting from this, now we are working with another project that was a sort of, before in the University of Naples, in the first time was a research fellowship, and now is a Marie Curie fellowship. The project is a nomad project, able to manage the urban development considering a nomad community, where the nomad community is able to activate a different kind of temporary uses in some realities in Europe, and where it could be interesting also test your T-Lab proposal, because it could be interesting analyze the effect of the T-Lab inside this project working with a nomad community. So some conclusion that are also an open conclusion from my point of view. We have to work with the different kind of temporariness, but also with some potential of temporariness, and also some opportunity to work with the temporariness as a way to recognize some spatial opportunities, some activate a new awareness of the different kind of risk, but also to activate an enabling context able to change the process and promote a social innovation and social cooperation, and also to define a self-sustainability process that is particularly interesting. So the different opportunities that we can activate with the transformative values of temporary uses could be useful for a new community with a different level of awareness, but also an active capacity to change the different realities, starting from the micro action, able to generate intrinsic values, but above all to identify new opportunities of trust in civil society and institutions. Thank you so much.
Yes. Sorry. So thank you all so much for these inspiring stories and insights in moving from time-limited actions towards more long-term impact. And well, it's time to debate, and I will start this debate with Silvia Viviani with a first question on how prepared are our cities for embracing temporary use initiatives in terms of what adjustments must be made to promote this kind of temporary uses, and also what arguments could we do to convince key stakeholders into these practices. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Thanks a lot. Good morning, everybody. And I'm very happy to tell you that we are waiting for you all tomorrow in Livorno. That's the first things I would like to say to you. And next, I would like to say that there is something that we are that is linking with the previous panel, and it's time. It's this concept of permanent temporary, this open also time in front of us. And it's also another keyword is activities. And another is that in different contexts, we are all the same. We are give some answers to needs and dreams. And what can we do to adjust in our policies this temporary use? So I think that we are not so ready. But I agree with Hilda. Don't think to rules in this moment. Then they will arrive. I think that we need to agree about temporary use as something not weak in the urban structure, but strong. I think that temporary use is just a new place. It's a new place where time and space are mixed. And it's a new place. I just wrote some thoughts. I think that it's a place of transition where we don't wait, we act. And this is very different in our mind when we think to a project that will arrive and we are acting this project. So this process is the key. So we can give each other the possibility to improve. And this is a good argument for people. I think so also that another good argument is that we can decide, due to the temporary use, we can decide not to change every urban space. Leave something them, to their life. Leave something. We need time. Also cities need time. And so we can also leave some of urban spaces, some free to find a future. But we are not forgetting them because we are using. We look for more inclusive, innovative, adaptive urban places, good for people. In every context we have seen it. But we don't agree about solutions. That's why we need time for processes. Who has the best ideas? Who knows dreams and needs of other people? Who can decide? We need to practice a progressive transition. This is a good argument to convince people that temporary use is a good way to do it. Because it's working step by step. And this is very useful to reach the change and give benefits and see the benefits. Not for few, for for many people. In a process, we can be more and more. In a project, may not. And there are so many good arguments I see to convince, I feel to convince many persons, but I try to ask them, who are these many persons to convince? Citizens, individuals, groups, associations, councillors, mayors, financial capitals, investors. First of all, for us who have to guide a community, first of all, owners. So it's very important that transitory use are managed by public owners of public part of the cities. And what have to do? We approach space and time, this new place, with old tools, not only old rules, but also old tools. So we are fearing change. So I think that we need to improve political skills, just to build again this trust between institutions and citizens. I need to increase technical capabilities in the process management, not only in projects. I think that we need to bring citizens and institutions closer. I think also we have to introduce flexibility in planning and in management urban space. I think also that we have to, how can I say, to introduce temporary use as an ordinary action in our public government. And this is not so easy, because the key word is integration. And we are not used to integrate our tools, our sectors, and go together to a goal that we have agreed in advance. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Silvia. And the next question is linked to what you were just saying, the inclusion issue in cities and in temporary uses, and how this temporary use can serve as a sandbox for younger generations, but also to other citizens, to propose in novel cultural, social, and economic projects, and how can temporary use, which role can play in foster inclusivity in the city?
So, it's not so easy to attract young people. I asked to myself before, who are these many people to convince? And now I ask, who are young people? I can tell you that in my experience, in all the participation we have done for our new plan in Livorno, or program or projects, I've seen a very few young people. They are very, very difficult to catch. It's a problem maybe of language, maybe, of instruments, maybe. And also, I think it's a problem of inclusivity, because they want to act. They don't want only to listen. I was used to listen when I was young. It's not the same now. And but they are also not so strong. And so we have to give them strength, and we have to give them space. they are not so different from other group of population. Older people, women. And are we so sure that we have to tell something special to women, to old people, and to young? Or we can just agree all together for this changement? I think this is a key. Also because we have to stay together. The future for them, for young people, is our present. We have to build the present. I think that I just fixed a thought. We don't make them feel like only the end users. They must act now, in this place, as we can read here. Now, next, new. These are three key words for young people. It's difficult also to find a balance between free expression and structured paths. Places that we are open and that we are opening and places that are experienced in various ways, in various times, from morning to evening, these kind of places are attractive for young people. Not only one kind of place. A place who can change from morning to evening, and so that they can have what they ask, always they ask, space. So I think that opening place, just we see in this pilot project, could be a key. But we must also a little bit structure these places, otherwise they will be alone in these places. And I think that transitional uses can be also a key and an opportunity for young people for their growing in civic skills, but also in professional learning. Why don't think about something that can be useful for them, for their professional life? This is another key, I think, for young people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just we are running out of time, but last question to all of you to very briefly try to respond in the issue of time, in extending the life cycle of temporary users, isn't it? But because by nature, temporary users are time limited, but how can we consolidate them and create permanent features for the city? Which key would you highlight or your thoughts about it?
Well, I share an intuition from our experience. Like sometimes, maybe the question is not how to make it permanent or long-term, but there's something in a sort of like detaching, like the temporary use can be a resource for the next stage to emerge. And so there is also a detachment. I don't know, we built, there was a beautiful project of building like a toolbox for having people being able to upcycle their object in the community, which is, we thought it was a fantastic idea and everybody loved it. But then there was a maintenance issue, and then there was like missing, there was all of these things would bring to over planning. And then the interesting things were this resource was actually taken by other people to construct a different object with the leftover and the remaining of what was a temporary use. So maybe they detach a little bit from what we think it could be the real end of the story, and just leave this idea of like resources open to be used.
Yes, I think that could be relevant to consider the temporary uses a sort of cycle of different activities that could be part of a program. Because if they are some different cycle able to be an inclusive part of a program, this could be more relevant because it's a sort of different way to implement the strategies, but also to activate a sort of awareness that the time is a short time and need to be considered in a perspective of future. And this changes the perspective, but also gives also a new opportunity because give the chance of the time not as a permanent that is a sort of infinitive position, but is a sort of limited position that need a result. And the opportunity to have a result is a great way to change the perspective and to define a program of activities able to involve different kind of actors, able to build trust, because I think that is an essential word.
I totally agree. In my opinion, the temporary use is an answer to a precise question need by the community or from the area. So at a certain point, the community or who manages the activities needs to understand whether if the question or the need is still there, has been an answer, and in order to potentially update what is the answer to the community, and at the same time looking for potential other destination in order if the mission of that area has been already obtained, and give another destination to that area. So it's something that it's cyclic. So I totally agree. And at the end, something like an answer and a mission to be accomplished. Thank you.
I would like only to say that I think that with the temporary use, you can have results day by day. Normal in the traditional project, you have to hope not to have unwanted effects. In the temporary use, you can touch the effects and try to adjust your navigation in this time and this place that you are just trying to let just, how can I say, a new place, a new time, but every time you have something that you can touch, you can change, and then you can go on. So it's a kind of progressive way, and you are not depressed because you are every day something in which you can continue to trust. And the other thing is also that you have you are not obliged to regeneration everything, not the entire building, not the entire abandoned area, just one piece. And this is another little things, but very important to the results of temporary use. Thank you.
All of you. We have to leave it here because we have the lunch break. And we will come again here. What time is the... 2:30. Okay, thank you very much.
To have lunch at the same place at the cafeteria, please bring all your personal effects with you, including the headphones. Okay, don't leave nothing here because it's being a museum, it's open and people can come and, yeah. We cannot close the doors. So please bring everything with you. Sorry guys, we'll be back here 10 minutes before 2:30. Here. Okay. and you read from here, and you have it here. Nobody cares. Nobody sees that you are. Prova. Sì. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you have enjoyed lunch. And now, before also starting our feast this evening, we have a last session. The last session is about shifting scale. What if temporary uses enable collective change? It's moderated by Alejandra Castro, who is here in front of me, and the discussant will be Adam Thorpe from University of Arts of London, Asier Larrinaga from Bilbao Equinza, Eva Riccio from Frisch Label de Mai in Marseille, and Valerio Barberis, the Councillor for Urban Planning of the city of Prato here in Tuscany. So I leave the floor to Alejandra, please.
Thank you, Vesnik, and thank you, everyone. Well, as you settle in, thank you, everyone, and welcome to our last panel of the day, where we will be discussing some really interesting examples from some of our pilot cities about what they learned in terms of a shift in scale. So I had the pleasure of working with some of them, well, one of them being Asier, in many respects, not just in the pilot side, but then also from external points of analysis, and I am sure you will be very interested to know what they have to say. So without further ado, I would like to cede the floor first to Adam, then to Asier, and then to Eva, and then we will go forward with a little bit of discussion. So please, Adam, you can either take the floor or up my.
Thanks. So my name's Adam Thorpe, and I'm representing the London Local Coalition, talking about the Euston pilot. Here, in relation to scaling, going to be looking at what if temporary uses were there to valorize and make visible and convene and build capacity amongst the people that are involved in them. So this group of people is the community champions of Regent's Park Estate. They're one of several community organisations that led the Euston pilot. We worked with and through the community organisations that represented the residents that were most severely impacted by the development that was happening and that is happening at Euston. It's important to consider that there's no space for meanwhile uses inside the red line, the line that borders the edge of the development land. Yet all of the truck movements, the dust, the noise, the disruption affects all the communities around the edge. And so it's those communities that we're trying to work with to support them to bring forward benefits for them and their goals in the meanwhile. So this is just a visualization that the community champions, so as I say, they're just one of many organizations. They are a group of residents that came together during COVID to support each other on the estate. They're interested in the health and well-being of the residents on the estate. They're supported by youth workers at Fitzrovia Youth in Action and by an arts centre, which is now their home, Old Diorama Arts Centre. This banner is a banner that the community champions, working with some of our designers from the Community of Practice at the University Arts London, put together for one of the many tens and tens and tens of events. This was used at a community festival called Regent's Roots, and it was to tell the story to all of the other residents in the estate, 4,000 of them, what else was going on, tell them what was going on with the story trail, ask them which sites they're interested in. So this process, as you can see, it's been going on for at least 2 years there. And in fact, to be able to get the resources, the money for the project to these organisations, at the beginning we didn't know who the organisations were going to be that represented the residents that were most severely affected. So as these organisations came into view, became visible, as these organisations stepped up to lead the work, then we needed to go through a contracting process that was led by the local authority to be able to make sure these organisations had the resources to be able to lead the work that we could then support them to deliver. So as I say, this is at least 2 years, and this was only not up to the end of the project. But when we get to the end here, where we're starting to, we now know the sites, we've prototyped some of this green thing here, was a prototype of some art in an alleyway that was being used for antisocial behaviour. Once this was prototyped, it's like, right, we've got all the money in place from HS2, the developer organisation gave us, the contractors gave us the money to do this. And then we were able to commission some community curators. So these are 3 residents that live on the estate that come from different communities within the estate, both geographical and demographically. And so through this group of women, Chrissy, Rupsana and Baja, they were able to lead the super local engagement activities. So we now knew we had 11 sites, problem sites, or sites we wanted to celebrate on the estate. These people knew very specifically exactly what happened on those sites and when, and they went and set up engagement activities on the sites to find out from their neighbours what they wanted to do about it. Through all of this work, there's a lot of attention being paid to Regent's Park Estate. That estate in the past had had lots of bad things happen there. So young people had been killed there, but it was only a tiny, tiny picture of the overall situation on the estate, which was something to be celebrated, the way that most residents support each other. A taxi wouldn't take you there after 7 o'clock, and you can get a pizza delivered to your home because they were scared to go there. But actually, that was wrong because there was much more positive stuff happening than negative stuff. And this is what the residents wanted to celebrate. Also linked in this estate, Regent's Park Estate, there were 2 other programs going on, we discovered. There was one that was about money from the Mayor's office, the Greater London Assembly, was looking at what could you do to make this estate greener and more resilient to climate change. So more drainage, more shaded areas, better insulation, more green areas. So this was an initiative that was happening, that was being led by an architect's practice called MUF, commissioned by the council with the GLA's money. There was also another group in there that were looking at sustainable transport options. Where the development was happening, the roads were closing all the time, lorries were coming in and making massive deliveries, so you couldn't access shops, homes, all the streetscape was changing all the time. So they did a project with Sustrans, who are a charitable organisation, an NGO that works to look at more sustainable walking, cycling, more sustainable transport options, and they were looking at the estate to work out how you can navigate the estate better using sustainable transport options during this disruptive time. And then there's our lot, the community champions, that are doing the Story Trail, which is 11 sites across the estate that experience antisocial behaviour or deserve to be celebrated. So in the end, you had to create a kind of mini master plan that was about green and resilient, sustainable transport, and public realm improvement using art. And this had to be navigated and negotiated through the Regent's Park Estate Info Exchange, which now meets every month to talk about how the public realm in the estate is going to be changed and improved over time. And this goes way beyond the end of our T-Factor project, but it's something that came out of the T-Factor project. So this is where we're thinking about scaling and systems. Over on the other side of the development area, we're in Somerstown. Here, there's a bunch of public artworks that were developed in the early 1900s that were meant to be art in everyday life, art as a public good. Many of these were stolen, so in T-Factor, working with the People's Museum and through the People's Museum, many of these artworks are being reinstated, put back, but digitally. So our digital artists from the community of practice at the university have been working with a space for our Somerstown People's Museum to create a virtual augmented reality art trail. The thing that's interesting about this in terms of scaling is that the digital platform itself is a community-owned digital archive that can be updated. So as well as creating the platform, there's a training that takes place with the museum leaders so that they can maintain that into the future and update it in the future. And the museum itself says it's one of the only times that residents in that area have been able to shape their physical neighbourhood. This is another one around Somerstown, a market street called Charlton Street Market, one of the oldest market streets in London, but it's been in demise over the last recent decades. People want to rejuvenate the street, and they want to rejuvenate it by promoting the sale of local makers that are using remaking and upcycling. So, because the physical market on the street, we've been doing stuff where you go and set up there, and you set up and you try and get customers, but you don't get any customers. Because for 10, 20, 30 years, there's been nothing to buy there, so no one comes to spend there. So there's going to be a period of time before people realise there's something to buy. So when we do that, to fill that period of time, the idea is you have the physical market stall for the makers, but also you have the digital market stall for more global distribution. And there's the market facilitator is the person that sets them up on that platform to be able to get the scale of a wider reach, to be able to make sure that the local area can still be activated even though there's no money being spent. This is another piece of work about building capacity for scale. This is learning recognition for social action. So a group, in this case 30 people, that ended up being 10 people, that were basically doing a 12-week design-led course. 2 of the people on this course were setting up a sewing club, looking at how they could transform their sewing club into a social enterprise so it could be sustained. Those people, now they've worked out how to do that, and also got 28 UCAS points, so half an A-level, learning recognition for doing so, are now going to be selling their products that they're making through the sewing club on the platform. So it's joining the dots around the system and around the activities. Oh. Last 2. This is the Meanwhile Youth Working Group. So this is the top-down actors. So these are the development partners, the Department for Transport, the local authority, the Greater London Authority, the Euston Partnership, HS2, Skanska. These are all the construction people that are actually building the station. This is the Meanwhile Youth Working Group. Having had no spaces inside the Red Line, in April 2023, the government said this is costing too much money and it's politically too hot. We're going to leave it for 2 years. So when they left it for 2 years, all of a sudden, all of the viable spaces inside the Red Line are spaces for Meanwhile Youth. And all of the work that the T-Factor organisation and consortium have been doing, and that we've been doing locally with the local organisations, suddenly became super useful because it meant that they could actually sprint to get a strategy in place for this tiny 2-year window. And interestingly, this space here, the one at number 4, which is one of the few buildings that's actually physically there, that's now being used by Old Diorama Arts Centre and the Community Champions, who are the people that are leading the story trail. So it's interesting that those people already had their head around what is Meanwhile, how do you use Meanwhile, what's involved in Meanwhile. So that capacity building means that when the opportunity arose, they're able to take advantage of it. And finally, the community video journalists. Now we're at the end of the project, we're documenting and we're disseminating the results of the project. Always, one of our colleagues talked earlier about the idea that every step you take, that was it, I think it was in relation to regeneration, that regeneration isn't something that happens at the end, but it's something that happens with every step you take. You want it to be making a positive impact. And here, with the documentation and dissemination, the opportunity for positive impact here was to train up residents as video documentary makers, who then can go out. They didn't know about T-Factor before. Now they're local people that know about T-Factor. They now know more about the projects that have been delivered because they've gone and made films about them. And then in July, we'll do a film screening that means that all of their families and friends can know about it too. And then this group of people have the skills now to be commissioned by other groups to make films about the community by the community. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Good afternoon. Almost 4 years in 10 minutes. It's certainly a challenge. Okay. Can you hear me now? Yeah? Okay. I will begin by giving some context. Our project unfolds on the island, Yeah. Now, this is mine. Yeah. In the island of Ribera and Zorrotzaurre, an area of 83 hectares undergoing a full urban transformation, which will turn the area into a mixed-use neighborhood, integrating an innovative urban district with a business park and several university campuses. Currently, in the island, there is a community of around 500 residents and an undetermined floating population of workers, university students, as well as some homeless people. Although the regeneration is underway, Zorrotzaurre already hosts 3 universities and a variety of small cultural and creative activities that have been in former industrial sites since 1997. These activities are a fundamental element of the island's identity and are the main driving force behind the social and economic life of the island during this long urban transformation. But now, with the urban development of the master plan, they are at risk of displacement, which would consequently result in a loss of relational capital and a loss of their social and economic value for the neighborhood. And being aware of that, our priority was exploring how temporary uses could contribute to a change of scale in the relationships within the community to highlight the talent and the knowledge that already exists in the island. So we set out to foster a professional learning community with a community of practice between the island's cultural and creative initiatives and 3 local higher education institutions, the University of Deusto, Mondragon University, and IED Kunsthal High School of Design. This community led the co-creation of 3 temporary use urban spaces where university students design, developed, and manufacture these spaces with the help of local and T-Factor experts. These spaces were related to urban development issues that are a challenge for the island. So collaborating with the 3 universities involved, we co-designed an innovative civic curricula integrated into the official coursework of several degrees. These civic curricula allow young students to acquire practical experience that enable them to address environmental issues through the co-creation of these spaces. Students gain comprehensive knowledge, skills, and abilities around diverse factors influencing urban development. They also delved into the role of temporary uses in reshaping local urban landscapes and tackling complicated issues. This training nurtured their creative mindset and resilience in confronting complex challenges. Additionally, they improved their capacity to apply design methodologies to real-world urban dilemmas through interdisciplinary approaches, fostering leadership, teamwork, and collective problem-solving. The lectures, workshops, and activities for the development of the civic curricula resulted in 30 prototype designs of urban spaces and the manufacturing and installation of 3 of them, which are still active, with the involvement of 110 students, 20 professionals in design and social innovation, and 42 participation of neighbors who at different times took part in the co-creation activities. Through this collective co-creation exercise, we set up a community of practice that involved in significant coordination work, and it led us to realize the need to establish a mechanism for its governance. As a result, the Civic Design Council emerged in May 2023. This council is based on the relationships and collaborations created thanks to the development of the civic curricula. At the time, its aim was to act as a mentoring body, particularly in the production, iteration, and activation of prototyped spaces. At present, we want the Civic Design Council to serve as a consultative and decision-making body on the sustainability and scaling up of spaces, and to launch future collaborative projects. The Civic Design Council was also the driving platform behind the planning and coordination of the program of activities for the social activation of the co-created spaces. These activities were aimed at citizens, and their content was related to the themes of the spaces created by students. As you can see in the slide, many activities were organized, including upcycling workshops connected to the circular economy theme. Students from IED Kunsthal School also participated in a traditional gastronomy workshop related to the island's intangible heritage. An intervention to welcome the neighborhood's cats, care for five women neighbors, was installed in 2 different sites and presented to the neighbors. The space, called Ezinbestekoak, which means indispensable in Basque, is focused on the renaturalization of cities. Additionally, Espacio Open invited neighbors to scan their faces and reproduce them in 3D ceramic pieces for the construction of the neighborhood's material memory wall, which collects the faces of lifelong neighborhood residents and former women workers from the cookie factory, where Espacio Open, our collaborator, is located. The 3 spaces you can see in the pictures were manufactured by students to provide solutions to challenges framed within 3 present themes to the island. The first one, Herri Berritu, was led by students in the first course of the Global Digital Humanities degree program at Mondragon University. The space addresses the challenge of the circular and collaborative economy. It's a space that promotes the value of solidarity and collaboration in social and environmental sustainability. In this eco-spot for resource exchange, visitors are encouraged to leave what they don't need and take what they need, and if time allows, to start sitting on its access stairs. It's housed inside the former cookie factory and is used and cared for by the community. So this space has become in an stable use. The second, designed by ID Kunsthal students, is about urban design and social well-being. It's a manifesto. It's a manifesto that is expressed on a disused billboard that reminds passers-by that the legacy of Rivera and Sortaure will be sempiterno, which means everlasting, leading to reflection on the civic value of the intangible cultural heritage of places, where although landscapes and individuals may change, a history and collective feeling remain in the memory of the people who inhabit them. And the third one, the Green Chimney, is focused on the city's climate change resilience. It's a space that houses an installation that simulates both a chimney and a tree, representing the island's industrial past and the green and sustainable future. The installation serves as a proclamation for the renaturalization of cities and offers a place for enjoyment alongside the neighborhood's basketball courts. So, the Civic Design Council, the mentoring body for all these projects and activities, currently comprises 11 organizations and about 20 individuals. It aims to be an open and dynamic working group representing diverse voices and interests. However, challenges persist, particularly regarding its sustainability beyond the factor, its structure, and membership. Despite these challenges, its creation reaffirms the relevance of fostering civic participation in urban redevelopment initiatives with more inclusive and community-responsive approaches. So the Civic Design Council is a means of social recognition and legitimacy for its partners for complex decision-making and intervention on the island. It's a very effective way of creating relational capital and expertise for the implementation of projects that can influence and enrich the municipal strategy for the economic and social activation of the island, facing a long and complex transition in the heart of the city. That's all. Thank you.
Hello everyone. I'm representing La Friche La Belle de Mai, which is a space based in Marseille. In T-Factor, La Friche did not have the role of pilots, but an advanced case. And in our role, we had to transmit and share all the processes we passed by for developing the 30 years experience that we have into the space. So starting by the temporary uses, we have the experience of how to build stable one, but also to keep time and space for always meanwhile uses and meanwhile space happening into the same sites, which is an important energy and efforts to take, which means community engagement always, but also a special model of public-private partnership that we are developing since years now. So, for a little bit of context, La Friche La Belle de Mai is a former tobacco factory which has closed in 1889 first, and developed a few activities to close completely at the beginning of the 90s. In 92, it has been occupied by a collective of artists with the willing of the public policy and the public authority. It never has been a squat, even if the urban legend likes to say so, but with really the willing of the public authority, the municipality of Marseille, to create new ways of engagement with arts and culture into abandoned industrial spaces in the city center. So first, the little collective of artists of performing arts and fine arts just have been completely nomadic into the whole space to slowly and step by step in different phases, finished into one islet of the factory, which is named and known as La Friche La Belle de Mai today. The ownership have been taken by the municipality of Marseille quite quickly, and now we have an agreement, a lease with the municipality of 45 years, which have been signed in 2007, which is quite exceptional, giving us the possibility to manage the space, maintain the space, and coordinate the whole sites with general and collective interests. With the agreement of the municipality. So we know today, we are using today a space of more than 100,000 meters square, with exhibition spaces, concert hall, a playground, a daycare, a restaurant, a library. So all the uses and the communities that you can imagine. Mostly we are coordinating open public spaces and hosting 600 events a year, which are proposed by the 65 different associations and organizations hosted into the space. So when we are managing this kind of scale of space, but also of community and numbers of people, we are talking about 400 workers every day into all cultural and artistic fields, but also more than 450,000 visitors a year. Why? Because we are open every day. We are as a public space for every community into the neighborhood in Marseille, but also national and international level. We are managing this space and share the resources that the site is representing with a cooperative society, which have been a legal form that we decided in 2011 with the arrival of the title of Marseille European Capital of Culture. It is now it has grown along the year, and now we have 100 shareholders which are representing public authorities, so our contributors and most subsidiaries, employees, inhabitants of the neighborhood, and also the organization as moral forms as producers, artistic and cultural producers. So this governance, besides acting the legal frame, needs to be animated, needs to be lived, and for that we developed during time and for this scale different skills that are internal. Today we are counting 60 permanent employees for different skills, and developed in the last 5 years after COVID and all the reflection about sense and our role into the community and the city of Marseille, developed 5 new positions for neighborhood relations, so people who has time and missions dedicated to make the link with social actors, urbanists, new policymakers, but also inhabitants directly, and invite them and give them space and time to provoke and to propose new uses into the space. We are also sustained by the state with the label of territorial factory, literally translated from the French, as a space imagined as a resource for everyone. So our mission mostly is to share all the resources which are knowledge, skills, material, time, and space for all the communities of the district in different forms. So what we can share about this concept of scale and scale management in T-Factor and what we brought, it's also all the reflection on the processes and how we are engaging new perspective, sometimes without having the skills internally, also as a cultural actor in the T-Lab 1 for art, culture, and creativity for meanwhile uses, say, we do not know everything, but we have the resources to create a community of practitioners who are not coming from cultural sector maybe or artistic sector, but we have the resources to create the link with the policymakers, with urbanists, with social workers who can tackle with us all the needs that are coming from the communities around us. Sorry. So from the first steps of nomadism that have been really experienced by the community of La Friche, sorry, that's the Florentine rain. Not it's raining everywhere. Thank you very much. We are saying today that we are a permanent laboratory for social, cultural, and economic tests that we can have. So maybe 30% of our space is dedicated to stable use, which are working space for the organization. But the rest of the space is dedicated to a mutualization of use. So spontaneous proposition from the workers' community of La Friche can happen, but also slowly we are reopening new spaces for spontaneous proposition from the neighborhood. We've learned during the years that opening the doors is not enough, and so the multidisciplinarity of spaces needs to be supported by professionals with the neighborhood, with community champions, as Adam said, and real efforts need to be made collectively, and it cannot be just decided to be a democratic space and a cooperative space, but this animation needs time and resources. This transversality needs complementarity of skills, and a division of mission, clearly, and the animation of the discussion and the decisional process needs to be framed into common rules, common values, and all these steps needs time. We experienced that because we also created the rules after existing and not from the beginning. So it is an exercise to make, and it always creates more and more value and open spaces for spontaneous creation. Thank you.
And I will get this one here. You and I can share us here. So first of all, thank you everyone for those wonderful presentations. And I would first like to launch, where am I? Let me just go back to the beginning. So throughout this whole session of panels, we have heard several words being repeated. One of them being sustainability, not just in terms of environment, but in terms of what makes sense for these projects. We've heard about this idea of the permanent temporary of processes and all it takes to make that a reality. So I would like to begin the discussion first addressing you, Valerio. Maybe you have some remarks about what you've heard here and also from your experience, if you can share.
Prova?
Yeah.
Perfect. So, very, very inspiring presentations, first of all. So, really thank you. Completely different scales, completely different locations. But I think the first thing that I would like to put under the discussion is that nowadays we are facing somehow the crisis. We are in front of a crisis of the cities somehow. So if we go back to the beginning of the 20th century, the so-called avant-garde and the functionalist movement, the modern movement and so on, and all the artistic avant-gardes somehow were an expression of what happened 150 years ago during the Industrial Revolution. I mean, somehow
after 150 years after the Industrial Revolution, the city, in all its expressions, the positive way production, but also the production of the slums, the production of places in the cities that were not safe, unsafe, without poor conditions of human beings and so on, they were in front of the artists somehow. And so the reaction was, okay, we have to find something new. Somehow the 20th century is a production of that first and radical approach to something new. But that actually was a reaction of 150 years after the Industrial Revolution. Nowadays we are facing again a new crisis of the urban areas, of the cities. I mean, when we say that we are facing a climate emergency, and that this climate emergency is produced basically by the urban places, 70%, more than 70% of CO2 emissions are produced in urban areas. And that's the problem of social insecurity of social spaces. I mean, cities are attractive from one side, but on the other side, cities are our problem. No? So what I'm saying is that we need to find new, radical, completely different approaches to cities. At least in Europe, we are facing a problem of the existing cities, no? Because we have cities. You know, the Green Deal approach is that we would like to have a carbon neutral Europe up to 2050. 90% of the building more than 90% of the building that exists in Europe are going to exist in 2050. So, I mean, we can talk about urban regeneration, but first of all, we have to talk about how do we manage cities, how do we create new approaches that are really smart cities in terms of how do we better use cities, how do we approach to circular metabolism of cities and these kind of things. So, this reflection is, this long preamble is to say that I think that temporary uses, tactical urbanism, I mean, we can find there something new, a radical approach that is new. Probably we really need also a more theoretical approach to understand that what we are seeing is really something that can be considered as avant-garde, as the modern movement, of something made by Le Corbusier or these kind of things. So I think that the new radical approach and the avant-garde is on process, on how you deal with process, how you deal with the citizens, how you deal with co-design processes, how you deal with an approach that is inherently climate neutral. I mean, what we've seen is something that is completely climate neutral and is completely circular in its perspective. No? So what is important, in my opinion, is, okay, to understand which are the best practices that shows, as usual, that something different is possible, but to understand that we nowadays need a theoretical approach that, first of all, there's a necessity to scale up and to understand that this is something that is really relevant for our future. This is my first consideration.
Thank you very much. Yes, and I mean, you make a very accurate observation about the nature of the temporary, and I think that's one of the greatest propositions that the T-Factor brings to the table, is the recognition that indeed these complex challenges require complex solutions and they require radical approaches, right? But as you say, we need some form of theory, some form of evidence. And throughout the sessions that we had this day, that was one of the questions brought to the table, right? Like, so how do we measure impact in terms that is not, vanity numbers, not just measuring how many people attended our workshop or so. So this is a question that I would also like to launch to our panelists today. If you have any reflection regarding your experiences, both as pilots or as advanced case studies, or you, Valerio, what are some of your reflections regarding how we present this amount of evidence, right? Because throughout these 4 years, we've created a portfolio of evidence. And so now how do we take that message and quite literally also scale it up to bring more stakeholders to the table?
Maybe if I can talk from La Friche perspective, we had actually a discussion with the Houston pilot about the social impact of cultural projects, for example, and how the social value mostly and the power value of them, which brought to how to show this evidence and how to share them on La Friche perspective. And then I think, Adam, you will have something to add, but the reflection that we had is first how you are bringing the intangible into the eyes of also evaluators or also funders that are public or private, which has metrics and frameworks that are not adapted to what the evidence are. So how you are cooperating also on the core of the processes to change the vocabulary, change the perspective, and it is a long term, and on the same time you have to run your own activity and create the resources to continue it, because we are talking about temporary uses, but we know that some of the expectation of the people participating to them is to see them stabilized. So I think we have a lot of evidence, a lot of processes with T-Factor projects, but it needs to be reinforced maybe. So we are still blocked. We do not have all the answers, but the first answer will be to really cooperate also on this field to create a new vocabulary of the policies. And with the change of perspective of the evaluation, maybe this evidence will be showable to everyone.
Exactly. Do you have anything to add, Adam or Asia, or if you want?
You know, yeah, my English, I try to do my best. I think that how we can disseminate this knowledge is T-Factor is a good example, because we have generated a lot of documentation, a lot of reflection. But in my experience in T-Factor, I realized that temporary uses at least are a collective and conscious exercise that allows people to pass from the denial or resignation to the change to a new state of adaptation. They are active in the change, in the inevitable change, maybe, but they are in the core of the solution, and maybe that's through the experiences. These experiences is the best way to disseminate, because finally, for a change, you have to change the feeling. Changes has a component, an emotional component. We have to work on that. And I think as collective exercises, temporary uses are the best way to work on it.
Yeah, on the measurements and evaluation, I think it's important to, when we're trying new things, I think it's important to use measurement and evaluation not just as a way to sort of valorize our activities, but also as a learning experience. What didn't work as well as what did work, and that being equally valuable. So using evaluation in a slightly different way to generate a sort of a collective intelligence around how we can proceed in these new conditions together. Listening to what was being said, I was wondering about sort of some of these models around behaviour change, for example, because it's like, well, what should we be measuring? And for example, there's this thing around I think it was Michi, was someone from UCL that was talking about how you create behaviour change, so a model around behaviour change, capability, opportunity, motivation. So if we've got these more desirable futures, then are those things that we should be measuring, the capability of people to be able to participate towards these desirable futures, the motivation of people to participate towards these desirable futures, or the opportunity for people to participate towards or in these desirable futures. So maybe measuring different things linked to what we understand about those things. So not looking backwards all the time to see if we can justify what we spent, but looking forwards towards where we want to go together and what we know is working better and less well. And I'm also interested in the whole narrative around enabling conditions, which seems to be something that's been central to this project from my understanding of it. So what are the enabling conditions? Do we understand more about that now? And then is there an opportunity to be measuring about the extent to which we are creating enabling conditions? Is that something that's worth measuring? You know, the fact that we're creating this fertile culture in which things can prosper. So perhaps shifting the focus of what we're evaluating to something that enables us to be more progressive and forward-looking.
Yeah, so you guys are pointing at some really key elements, and then now I would like to reflect back to you, Valerio, because we are talking about how the challenge of measuring something new, right? It's not something that is orthodoxically communicated, but it's necessary to create this behavioral change, not only among the people that are involved in these places, but also from an institutional perspective. And so as you come from the municipality of Prato, I would like to have your opinion on that.
Oh, okay. I've been deputy mayor on urban planning and environment, public works since 10 years. So now, let's say, I can say that I'm at the end of my experience as a public councillor. But what is relevant, in my opinion, is that, first of all, there's an awareness of what we are talking about. And there's an awareness that is not only in, let's say, in places like these, where there are experts, but there's an awareness also in a broader sense. For instance, in the Tuscan region, the new program for the investments from EU funds, 21-27, they completely changed the approach compared to the previous program. No? Considering temporary uses as an important strategy for urban regeneration programs in the first step. So the first step should be to consider the possibility of having temporary uses, and there are funds from this point of view in order to promote co-design processes, but also to finance co-design processes with the same funds as the buildings, no, fundings. And this is very relevant because Silvia too is the deputy mayor on urban planning in Leghorn, and we were involved in the previous program, and we were the ones who were supporting the fact that when you are working on the existing city, okay, you may have the right idea, but you also may have the right idea in a program of renewal. No? So, for instance, in the city of Prato, we made urban regeneration program in what is called the Chinatown of the city of Prato, which is a very complex site of more than 70 hectares with the presence of the Chinese community. It's a place completely built up with buildings, industrial buildings that go back to the 50s and so on. So it's not abandoned, but it's also abandoned. There's the Chinese community, but there's also the Italian community. There are big entrepreneurs of the traditional textile district and new Chinese entrepreneurs. So it's a very complex place. The fact is that the public administration didn't even own the streets somehow in that place. So the first thing was, okay, we need to acquire public space, buildings, and so on. But it's a process that took 8 years. So we immediately understood that we had the general idea, and the general idea was this is the place that should be considered the creative district of the let's say the metropolitan area between the city of Florence and the city of Prato. This was somehow the big picture, and we said, okay, we have to communicate and to start to do to promote this approach from the very beginning. So temporary uses, urban tactical activities, investments on social and cultural associations, ONG, work that already work in this place, and so on. So thanks to this experience, somehow the long process of urban regeneration process was somehow, there was a temporary program next to the building investment. And this was very important. And now Tuscan region has acquired this as an important measure in order to put together the temporary uses to urban regeneration program. But what is, my opinion, is relevant, and what at least my reflections are, is that La Friche shows this, for instance. There's actually, very often, there's not any need of the investments in the buildings, somehow. No? Somehow, we can say, somehow. Of course there are, but somehow. And probably our approach should be to find the right functions for the building. No, there's, for urban forestry program, we say we have to put the right tree in the right place. Now probably we have to say we have to put the right functions in the right building. No? So it's not that we have, maybe when we are dealing with existing buildings, no, in Italy we have this kind, the heritage. We are not going to put 10 flats in this room. No, so probably we have to think that in the existing city we need the same approach as the restoration, no, as a discipline, and we have to say, okay, if we want to have this kind of approach that is radical, we have to fully understand which are the perspectives of the building, of this space, of this community, no, in order to reach the goal in win-win-win processes. So. What, in my opinion, is clear is that probably also in the assessments and also in the measurement of how can we measure, no? We are still thinking in a linear way, no? If we think circular, there are some things that are self-evident. I mean, what we've seen is self-evident that these are positive approaches. I mean, there's not any use. Maybe it's more important to have interviews for the people who work there, no? that make it clear that it's. And then what is relevant is to understand why is this approach, why these approaches are not a common ground and the common approaches that should be done anywhere in the cities. Why do we have abandoned places? No, I mean. We know that if we design a city nowadays, we would the NEOM program in Saudi Arabia. These cities are going to be circular, are going to be perfectly developed from a sustainable point of view. We can say anything, but these are designed with a digital twin that is going to define all the aspects, no, from an environmental point of view and probably also from a social point of view. I don't know. We are dealing with existing cities, we've done it, and so we really need to find also different legal procedures. No? The question that we should ask ourselves when we are in front of these best practices you should ask the political decision, why don't you do that, and why don't you make this new regulation that allows and maybe somehow make it obligatory for abandoned building to do that, no? Because somehow we need to change the perspectives, no? Because again, we are dealing with cities that exist, no? We are facing some radical changes, and there are cities that shows us what can happen. For instance, the experience of Detroit. No, so there are experiences that shows that Or we have a similar situation in a town of Tuscany. It's called the Chianciano Terme. It used to be a thermal city with something like 500 hotels with 20,000 beds. No? It used to be one of the big spots for the sanitary health system in Italy because it was thermal water that you drink. Nowadays nobody drinks anymore thermal water, no? And so now the city is I mean, it's a small city compared to Detroit, but again, they have 300 hotels that are abandoned. Instead of 20,000 people, they have 300 people. So these are situations that shows a radical change, no? Generally, the situations are not so radical, but we have to ask ourselves, what can we do in order to make it to create a legal framework where all these situations become the ordinary situation.
That's a great reflection. Thank you. I am not sure we have time for a rebuttal, unfortunately, but I would like to thank you very much for sharing, and also you, Valerio, for those reflections. So with that, I would close this panel and cede the word to Besnik. Thank you very much.
Now, let's move towards the very end of this final conference. I will invite on the stage Marta Argnani, who is together with Laura, the author of this beautiful book, wonderful book. So Marta, please present it to us. We're very curious, or as you want. Yeah, go ahead.
It's better to do it here. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I hope you survived so far. It has been a very intense day, I think, but also an emotional one on some forms, because we have been together for 4 years in this project, and we were discussing at lunch how our lives changed so much on a personal level, on a professional level, across these 4 years. And so it will be strange to live without T-Factor in our lives. Maybe for some it will be a liberation, for Laura for sure. But for the rest of us it will be, of course, strange, let's say. So I'm a participatory designer. Within T-Factor I led one of the transformation labs, intervening in Amsterdam, Lisbon, and Kaunas. And I had the pleasure to author together with Laura the final book of the project. We had a very simple task, making sense of 4 years of work of 25 partners without pissing off everybody, and especially making this knowledge a knowledge that is accessible for a large variety of stakeholders active within cities, so spanning from small-scale organizations, associations, for instance, policymakers, urban planners, developers. So we had to find a middle ground in terms of jargon and depth of the theoretical aspects. And we also wanted to make the knowledge from T-Factor usable. So we tried to distill some lessons learned, not just, again, on an abstract level, but we really look at the examples. We look at what worked. We look at all the amazing hypotheses that we will never try again in life. And last but not least, we wanted to inspire further people to engage with the adventure of temporary urbanism. So without digging too much in the content of the book that you found on your chairs, and is also available online, I think there are 4 main messages that are going throughout the book. The first one, maybe it's sounds a bit ideological, but it's quite practical. And I don't think it emerged this bluntly until now in the panels. But actually, temporary urbanism has a strong cultural role. I think it's very important in an historical moment where we know that the mental models behind our economic, society, and relationship to the planet have shown their limits. We know that there are alternatives. We want to go towards these alternatives, but there's a gap to bridge, and sometimes this gap is a mental gap, sometimes it's an economic one, because it means like rethinking completely, for instance, a sector. And so temporary urbanism has this quality of prefiguring, of exemplifying change, and to make change less scary and more inclusive. The second underlying topic is the fact that one should not be fooled by the idea that temporary urbanism is something that stays in the short term, but actually many different temporary experiments can be orchestrated with a long-term view in mind, and they can all come together in what we define in the book a portfolio approach that unites the forces of all the stakeholders involved towards a major goal. The other aspect, which we borrow from the natural world, is the idea that things are complex, things are intertwined, and we live in an ecology, that we like it or not, that we acknowledge it so far or not. And so complexity, we push for an understanding of complexity as an asset within the urban environment. And so this complexity calls us to deploy any form of temporary urbanism as an iterative project, as an iterative process, sorry, as something that evolves, as something that starts with hypotheses that may evolve over time, be completely turned upside down, and lead to something else that maybe is not precisely the goal that we had in mind in the very beginning, but that gets close to it. And it's also about, as in nature, about accepting failure, because failure is not really maybe a failure, but it's something that we can learn and that we can make treasure of for the future. And the last message is about sparking change from within, from which the book title comes from. So there is a temptation to apply like any tactics that are bottom-up in a top-down way. That's a very easy thing to do. But actually what we want to push for, and what I hope we exemplified also, all the colleagues that have been up here so far, with ideas such as community champions, for instance, is the fact that when working with the city, one should acknowledge those who are already working on the ground and the people who are not coming in for a three-year or a 10-year project, but people who live in the area and people who are active already. And going back a little bit to the first point, temporary urbanism is a way to include the local community in appropriating a different future, in thinking it together, and in experimenting it. The book, just a quick overview of the structure. We have 6 topics in the project, and the book tackles each topic by contextualizing it in the European policy landscape. And then for each, we look at the opportunities for urban regeneration, of course, especially by looking at the added value of temporary urbanism, and highlighting for each of these missions, which were the key learnings, 3 case studies for each of them. And then we developed a very brief, small tool for people who want to get started from zero and don't have any experience. So for each topic, we provide a little bit of guidance about which kind of space, for instance, one could work with, which type of partners, which could be, let's say, the most easy errors to do in approaching the topic. And so we hope that this is particularly useful for people who are approaching temporary urbanism from zero. And then, yeah, we conclude with 10 reflection points about temporary urbanism, which are transversal to the 6 topics. And they tackle elements such as budgeting, dealing with the local community, dealing with the urban ecology aspects. And I think that all them together, they support this idea that, I mean, I'm just the last one talking, but I think this has been said in several ways the whole day, but the fact that temporary urbanism can really be an enabler for urban change, and something that is iterative, participatory, and that can help us to move the city as we think about it today, as a city that is better, let's say, to face the future and to face the planetary and social challenges that we are facing at the moment. So I'd like to thank you all, and I'd like to thank Laura also for co-authoring this book. And you can also find the book online. I don't know if this thing is going to work, but it's also accessible here. And yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and now I call on stage our director, Simone Gheri, who has had the honor to have the welcoming speech this morning, and he has also the honor to close this final conference this afternoon. So Simone, if you have 2 minutes to wrap up and close the conference. Thank you.
Also this time I speak in Italian, sorry, but it's better for me. Allora,
Thank you very much. Thank you to Besnik and thank you to Laura for all of this project, and thanks to all the partners who together with us have worked, and thanks to Marta, because really this book is a beautiful book and it's useful, and we need to widespread it clearly as much as possible. My conclusions will be very brief indeed. I listened to the different panels, and I heard a number of very good suggestions, even more compared to those that we've seen through the past 4 years. And we find all of these in the book. We'd like to go on. Onwards is our objective. We'd like to, as ANCI Toscana, who represent the Tuscan municipalities but represents the territories, we'd like to do it together with you, with the partners that we have worked with in the past couple of years, and therefore feel ready to accept other calls that we will be placing to you, because for us the theme of urban regeneration is a vast term. And many people have spoken before me and have spoken better than me regarding territories and the necessity of revitalizing our cities and our towns. But we're also interested in the theme of temporary use, to try, as I said this morning, to try and find the final functions, but also to see how well time can be used between the beginning and the end, also to involve citizens. I think there can be various uses and various objectives in temporary use. But the idea, having seen it in other European countries, and not only European countries, I wish to thank Francesca also for having welcomed us and for the activity she talked about in Shanghai. We want to work. So if you've felt at ease and if you want to keep on working with us, let's try. Let's roll up our sleeves. This is what Laura has already done, And this is a sign that in order to really start and try, we have to go on with further projects with the world of university and with a special attention devoted to territories and cities, because those are the places where things have to land, where they have to be put into practice. And I think that the objective of our project, of European project, is that of studying and working and exchanging good practices, and also to have them land as best as possible. And there are three thoughts I wish to express: that of governance, so those who manage these journeys, those who have vision, and those who know as citizens what needs to be done. The other regards rules, because we saw that the problems of temporary use, many of the problems that we've had on temporary usage are those of rules, regulations, in the sense that it can't be totally institutional, where there's all of the rules are established completely, because otherwise it would be too institutionalized, a temporary role. Instead, the participation has to come from below. And then the other is economic resources to get this done. And these are the themes that we have in front of us, and which, with the next few projects, especially putting this in order, will help us making the book become proper reality. I wish to close with the words that Assessor Bacelli said regarding Tuscany, that small piece of the world that Tuscany is, because I think that if all of us are able to move our own local, regional governors on these themes, we would have reached a good result. We, even if we are very small, have a counselor. We brought him here, and he said important things regarding the support that can be given to these journeys and these processes if the municipalities are available. So the invitation is to meet again at the presentation of the next project. Sorry the weather isn't with us, but see you later tonight at dinner. Thanks. Goodbye.
So thank you for today, for attending the whole final conference. This is the meeting point for this evening for all partners, that we are moving to Piazzale Michelangelo, so to the hill in Florence, to have a feast, a dessert feast, and we'll meet at 7:30 p.m. at the Poggi place, Piazza Poggi, so under the tower of San Nicolò. And from there we have around 20 minutes of walk. It's up, Laura? Okay, it's up, so but anyway, it's a very beautiful panorama of the city, and I hope with the sunset we can enjoy this panorama. In case, Laura is, is telling me, in case of rain, just you can move to the Piazzale Michelangelo, to Le Terrazze. You have the name of the restaurant in the agenda. You can move there with a taxi or by public means. Normally the bus number 13 goes there, but just check on Google Maps or just take a taxi and meet there at 8 o'clock in the evening. Last thing, you have to leave your headsets and take your IDs just outside the room, where is the entrance. If there is any question, yeah. Exactly. We meet 7:30 there, and no, we don't meet anymore outside here, as said. So the meeting point was at 7:15 outside here, but we are meeting directly at 7:30 under the hill of Piazzale Michelangelo, and then it's a 15-20 minutes walk, no more. But I promise you will a beautiful panorama despite the weather. Thank you.